Sylvia. We out.
We need representatives to pass legislation to make companies responsible for the disinformation they disseminate and slander laws to be seriously beefed up in this country. I believe we need a truth in broadcasting law and a fairness doctrine for the new millennium. So what if your entire business model goes out the window with those new laws? That's too bad. Maybe you should have thought of that before you put your bottom line before the good of humanity. I believe we need more representatives in Congress and state houses who believe it should be illegal to lie to people and who will pass laws to make information deception a crime. Personally, I think social media companies should be liable if they allow blatant propaganda and lies to spread on their platforms. I can almost guarantee you, if Meta was liable every time some sort of destructive piece of propaganda like pandemic or 1,000 mules was disseminated on their site, they would figure out a way for AI or their algorithm to stop it real fast. They're already picking and choosing which stories get traction based on the power of rage. So they already know how to do this. They just need to be financially inspired to do it right. But these kinds of possible solutions, they only come from electing leaders who have the courage and foresight to create these pieces of legislation. We need people in Congress who understand tech as we go into this new world of AI, just like we need people in government to understand science as we go into a world of climate change and technology. It ultimately all comes down to politics. I believe politics can truly be a force for good in the world if we engage and pick leaders who will allow it to be. Government could stop corrupt lying media on the left or the right. Government could stop companies from spreading disinformation online, just like they could stop corporations from poisoning our water and our air. But we need politicians who are working in the best interest of the people and not politicians who answer to their own egos or their own paycheck. It's all possible. We just need enough of us to care to elect enough people who also care to make it happen. As Thomas Paine said, a country can't work without a strong central government that protects the individual's rights. We just need to insist we have a government who will do that. So I guess don't think about it as reducing the number of people who consume right-wing media. Think of it as reducing the amount of lying media that's out there in the first place, and increasing the amount of people in the electorate who don't vote into voters that will dilute that group of far-right people down to a negligible percent. I mean, as they say, vote in numbers too big to manipulate. If we do that, we'll start seeing real change. Finally, the last question of the day, do you think Biden should be the nominee? Isn't he just too old? The quick answer to that is yes, I do believe he should be the nominee, and sure, he's old, but honestly, who cares? Look, I think Americans actually just get too hung up on who the president is. I mean, maybe that's the Canadian in me, but the president is just one position in our government. Yeah, it's an important position. You want someone who represents us well, but it's not as important as we've made it out to be. What really matters in a president is their values and their temperament and who they surround themselves with and who they hire, who's in their cabinet, and if they have the power of Congress or not. The American president can't really do anything on their own except damage. I mean, sure, American president can't really do anything on their own except damage. I mean, sure, they can sign executive orders. Biden's already signed 3 EOs on reproductive health since Dobbs was overturned to help protect access to abortion and contraception, but those can be overturned anytime by whoever the next president is. And if the president ever goes too far, they can always be impeached and removed by Congress. So what we should want is a president with strong morals and good hiring skills. A president who has vision and humility and knows what direction they want the country to go and then hires the smartest, best people to navigate us there. We need Congress. We need state houses. That's actually where our laws come from. I mean, if you want to protect voting rights, we need a Democratic president, yes, but we need a Democratic majority in the House and a Democratic majority in the Senate willing to, at the very least, suspend the filibuster to get it done. That's the same with codifying bodily autonomy into law or expanding the Supreme Court. We need a president who will sign those progressive and fair laws, but it's Congress that needs to pass it. If young leaders and fresh voices are what you want, a great place to start with that is state and local level. I mean, support the candidates that will fight to change the laws where you actually live, who will pass the laws that will make their ways through the country and into federal law. Change happens from the ground up. We don't believe it because we only talk about the top people, but it does. You have to build the foundations, not just expect to take over. That's why the Marianne Williamsons and the Andrew Yangs of the world have always kind of bothered me. I mean, why are you starting at the top job when you've never been in government before? You can't make real change from the presidency without Congress, and you can't get Congress on your side if you have no idea how the system works. You can have the best ideas in the world, but the only way they can be implemented in a constitutional republic that was set into motion by those men who adopted the Declaration of Independence on July 4th was to work with Congress or to overrule Congress and act as a dictator, which is what the Republicans are planning to do, and that's what we want to avoid. The best way to avoid that is a vote for Joe Biden, the sitting president with name recognition and a track record of positive policies that help the people. All this, oh, I'm not going to vote for Joe Biden. I held my nose last time and I'm not going to do it again. We need some new candidate. I mean, it just tells me that you care, but you don't understand how our government works or where we are sitting in history. I mean, the bottom line is America's in late-stage capitalism with a corrupt Supreme Court on a knife's edge between autocracy and democracy, and we just can't afford to undermine our successful incumbent when the alternative is the twice-impeached criminal ex-president or the man who's single-handedly turning Florida into a fascist dictatorship. Both of those people would destroy the country and democracy as we know it. At the end of the day, Joe Biden is a strong leader who has the kind of wisdom and gravitas we need at this time in history. He got more accomplished in 2 years than any president since FDR. Not to mention, in an increasingly cynical world, he's a good and decent man who's surrounded himself with an incredible, talented, and very young staff. He understands what he's doing. He has thoughtful plans for the future that include women's rights and gay rights and workers' rights and voters' rights and higher minimum wage and lower healthcare costs and environmental protections. Joe Biden's foreign policy experience and humility gathered world leaders together to build a coalition to support democracy in Ukraine. NATO's never been stronger. Biden lowered our deficit. He lowered our unemployment. He raised our reputation around the world again. He can run on all of that. We don't need to replace him. We need to spend our time and money giving him a bigger majority in Congress so we can get more accomplished. Yeah, he's old. He talks old. He's like a goofy grandpa who talks slowly and says things like malarkey. Who cares? By every measurable metric, he's an excellent leader surrounded by excellent people. And he doesn't think he alone can fix it. If we didn't have lying propaganda networks and self-serving chaos agents in Congress constantly trying to tell us that he's some sort of demented evil pedophile out to ruin the country with his crime family, and you just looked at the facts of his presidency on paper, there would be zero debate that he was doing a bang-up job. I'm excited for the future of leadership in this country. But we're not getting any of those people if the Democrats lose in 2024. We'll regress faster than anyone can possibly imagine. Joe Biden is a great president, a good man, and he is certainly better than any alternative the Republicans could put up. And if you believe in democracy and you want to win, then how you feel about him is ultimately irrelevant. We need to pick our battles right now. And second-guessing Joe Biden right at this moment in time is a waste of our energy. He can win, and we need him to win. So that's it. A little history lesson and some questions answered. Thank you to everyone who sent in their questions. I can't promise I will always get to all of them, but I'll certainly make a concerted effort. Remember, if you want access to these AMA bonus contents in the future, and you want the ability to ask your own questions, go to politicsgirl.com/premium and pick a package. Now, go have a hot dog, watch some fireworks, and use your common sense. Until next week, PG. The Politics Girl podcast is written and performed by me, Lee McGowan, in partnership with the Midas Media Network, and produced and edited by Happy Warrior Entertainment. All rights reserved.
Let's talk now about 2024 Republican presidential candidate Chris Christie. The reason I talk about Chris Christie is not because all of a sudden I'm a Republican. The reason I talk about Chris Christie is not because I think he's going to win the Republican nomination. I will get to that in a moment. The reason I talk about Chris Christie is because the contrast between a Republican who is connected to the real world, but whom I disagree with on policy, and the rest of these clowns could not be a starker contrast today. Chris Christie appeared on Fox News a couple of days ago. And it is remarkable. Yes, he's pounding Trump. He's going after Trump. He's ridiculing Trump. He's saying things about Trump that the rest of them aren't willing to say. But it is remarkable how different his entire demeanor and approach is to this Republican primary. He's almost certainly not going to win, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But listen to Christie say things that are not controversial and say them in a way that they all should be saying them, but nobody's willing to do it other than Chris Christie.
But my view is he's let us down. Didn't build the wall. Mexico didn't pay for it. Didn't repeal and replace Obamacare like he said he would. Said he was going to balance the budget. He didn't. And you mentioned debates. Look, we should have debates, and everyone should be at the debates. And folks should go to chrischristie.com, donate, and make sure I'm on the stage. But Donald Trump should be on that stage, too. If you want the Republican nomination, the Republican voters have the right to see us right in those cameras and have us compare, and then let them choose. And American people are good at that, and we did, but they need all the information. And that's what we want to give them. The fact is, if polls...
You don't put much stock into the polling.
Well, what I put, that's what it is today. You know what they ask you, how they ask those questions? You've been called by pollsters. They say, if the election were held today, well, if the election were held today, I'd be shocked. Because the first election is not going to be in January in Iowa. January of 2024. We're 6-7 months away from that now. So let's run a campaign. I don't think we crown kings in America. You got to work for it. And Donald Trump needs to work for this nomination.
If he becomes the nominee, do y'all become friends again? Does he offer you a candidate post again? Do y'all clean this up if he becomes the nominee?
I don't think so. I think that, some of the stuff he's called me over the last few months, I don't think that's going to happen. And that's sad. But it is the truth of the matter, and it's his doing.
But you're not closing the door to voting for him.
I'm saying I can't support him.
You won't vote for him.
I can't support either one of them.
Okay.
Not Biden or Trump, because they're not competent and qualified to be president for different reasons. Joe Biden predominantly because of his age and what we've seen on TV, and Donald Trump because I don't believe he can win, Lawrence. You know, when you're under this much criminal scrutiny, and the conduct, by the way, that he's engaged in, taking those documents, keeping them in his home, making sure that his own lawyers didn't get to see all of them, not telling the truth to the Justice Department when they wanted those documents back, and now saying that what he was saying on a tape when he was waving around a document, well, I was lying then. Well, I think Mama Jones, and I know my mom, would say the same thing. You're lying once, I'm not going to believe you the other time, too. We need to have someone who's honest, direct, and who can beat the Democrats, because I'm tired of losing.
All right, so listen. This is not remarkable stuff. What's remarkable is how remarkable, unremarkable stuff sounds from Chris Christie, because no one else is willing to say this stuff. Now, it's not lost on me that I'm sure it's extremely triggering for Trump to turn on Fox News, which at one point was extremely friendly to him, as Trump says, and now they allow other candidates to express their views. It's not even that Fox News is no longer friendly to Trump, it's just other candidates have other views, and they think they're better than Trump. This is not about glorifying Chris Christie as the moral whatever. Christie stood behind Trump literally and metaphorically for years and went with all of the stuff. And now, all of a sudden, he's willing to say these things. But still, it is a good thing to meet MAGA where they are. And many of them are still watching Fox News. And that's why it is a great thing to have Chris Christie saying these things. It is not good for Trump to have a guy capable of coherent and provocative sound bites attacking Trump. It's not good for Trump. Will it make a difference? I don't know. And this is where I get to, okay, I want to have this conversation with you as well. People write to me, and I see the comments, and they say, David, you loser. Chris Christie's not going to win. I never said Chris Christie was going to win. I'm not supporting Chris Christie. It's almost like just because I recognize that Chris Christie's the only sane Republican running a normal campaign, I want him to win, and therefore, if he loses, you've defeated me. I'm not voting for any of these people, but it is crystal clear that if you said one of these Republicans is going to be the next president, it's not going to be Biden. Who do you go with? It is obvious I go with Chris Christie. Now, some people will write in and say, David, how are you defending Christie, who's so corrupt? I'm not defending Christie. What I'm telling you is he's the only candidate willing to tell the truth about Trump, who's not playing coy, who isn't angling for either a VP slot or Trump's MAGA voters or whatever the case may be. Now, he's obviously not going to win as a result. Chris Christie went from polling 1% to 2.5%. Now he's down to 2.4% in an average of recent polls. 2.4 is not super strong, okay, even if it's more than double where you started. So it's really an indictment of MAGA that there is essentially no appetite for just a normal Republican who would do things they claim to like. I think Chris Christie would probably try to lower the taxes of the people Republicans try to lower taxes for. And, you know, he said he wanted the wall built. He's mad at Trump because Trump didn't build the wall. I mean, it's like he would more or less do the things I thought Republicans wanted, and he has no chance. It is an incredible indictment of the modern Republican Party. Are you tired of getting crushed in the market or the volatility? There is some good news, which is that Treasury yields are surging. You can now get a whopping 5% yield on Treasury bills. That is higher than any high yield savings account that I have seen. But buying U.S. Treasuries can be a complicated process, at least it used to be. That's where our sponsor, Public.com, comes in. With Public, you can buy Treasury bills in seconds right from your phone. Couldn't be easier. Plus, Public will even automatically roll over your investments at maturity. So you have one less thing to think about. Take another thing off your plate. Treasury bills are government-backed securities, considered one of the safest investments out there. And when you buy them through Public, they are securely stored at the Bank of New York Mellon, which is the largest custodian bank in the world. No minimum hold periods, no settlement delays. You have full access to your funds whenever you need them. Put your cash to work. Earn that 5% yield by going to public.com/Pacman. Don't miss the opportunity. The link is down below.
Man, I've got the headphones and everything on. Let me disconnect and reconnect it.
Special Counsel Jack Smith seems to be good at his job, or should we say jobs, as he oversees the
Me or the video though? I did nothing. Temperatures dropped here suddenly. Okay. How's your day been? Today's quests are easy. Done. Zual Soul. Yum. Enjoy.
documents probe of Donald Trump, where there's now an indictment and a trial coming. And this coup, Special Counsel Jack Smith seems to be good at his job, or should we say jobs, as he oversees the documents probe of Donald Trump, where there's now an indictment and a trial coming, and this coup probe of January 6th, where allies are apparently flipping. Take this former Trump campaign official named Mike Roman. He is, quote, cooperating with prosecutors from Jack Smith's team, according to a CNN report. All of this is part of the broader probe, not only into the Jan 6th insurrection, but the wider efforts to overthrow democracy and Trump's laws. This article, this report I just mentioned, says Roman's cooperation is part of a, quote, proffer agreement. That's the same type of deal we recently told you about, and Smith's team can then get information. He won't use it against that individual. And we know he's done that with this guy and with Giuliani. Now, this guy, Roman, was a key player in that elector plot that I've told you so much about. Indeed, when we first started reporting on it, people said, well, what does this matter? Or if it didn't really happen, well, an incomplete or ineffective or failed effort to stage a coup is still a huge deal. That's why there's attempted murder. It's different than murder, but it's a big deal. And we also know from reporting that has been done in the print outlets, the Jan 6 committee's work, our own interviews and reporting here on The Beat, and Rachel Maddow's reporting, take it all together, and we actually have a pretty good idea about who was working on this plot that I've told you has legal exposure if you commit fraud in front of the government. We know that it involved Giuliani, who I just mentioned is now also doing a proffer, Boris Epstein, who is overseeing the lawyers defending Donald Trump right now, and Jenna Ellis, who detailed part of the plot to me right here on The Beat.
That was part of the process to make sure there were alternate electors for when, as we hope, the challenges to the seated electors would be heard and would be successful per the 12th Amendment of the Constitution and the Electoral Count Act.
The election was stolen and President Trump won by a landslide. And how you're mischaracterizing this, I think that your viewers need to understand the truth of this.
Everything that was done illegally by the Trump legal team, according to the rules and under the leadership of Rudy Giuliani.
That's just some of what we gathered from people at the time. And only they know why and how they spoke out. Epstein, for example, was trying to put his best defense forward, arguing that this was a constitutional process. Well, right now it's under criminal investigation, and some of his colleagues, potentially co-conspirators, are talking because there is a chance that it's not viewed as constitutional, that it's viewed as part of a crime. And we know when Roman was questioned by the Congressional Committee on this, specifically about the electors plot, he repeatedly pled the Fifth, and that matters because this is an individual who, faced with the opportunity to clear this up and just explain, hey, here's what we did, or here's why we knew it was legal, or here's why it's no big deal. That's something you could use your testimony to do. Instead, he said something very different. He said he was worried if he answered truthfully, he would incriminate himself in crimes, and that's why he pled the Fifth.
Did you discuss the alternate electors plan with President Trump, either before or after the electors met and cast votes on December 14th, 2020?
The 5th.
And in this email, Mr. Finley wrote, Rudy's team has designated Ken Chesbrough as the point person for the legal documents and Mike Roman as the lead for executing the voting on Monday. Is it accurate that Mr. Giuliani designated you as the lead for executing the voting by alternate electors in advance of December 14th and the meeting of the Electoral College?
The 5th.
The fifth. Specifically on the truth of whatever happened related to those plots. Now, Roger Stone and Paul Manafort had a different strategy. They worked for Trump. They stonewalled the person who used to have this special counsel job in a different fact pattern. That was Bob Mueller. Ultimately, they faced accusations of lying to Mueller's investigators, and then they got pardons from Trump. Take former Trump CFO Alan Weisselberg, who went to jail rather than fully flip on Trump.
Mission complete.
So we know that many people, for whatever the reasons, have gone to great lengths not to flip on Donald Trump. But now Jack Smith is making progress with this gentleman I told you about and with Giuliani, and getting them to at least start the process of saying the things that they wouldn't say elsewhere, things that they previously said were covered by the Fifth Amendment. And that raises the question of, one, whether they will ultimately provide the kind of material that Smith can use against other people involved in these alleged potential crimes, or even Trump himself, and two, whether there are more indictments coming. We're back with National Security Lawyer Bradley Moss. Take it away. What does it mean that Smith is getting some of this information?
No, this is huge for that January 6th investigation that Jack Smith's running because it gets him into the inner circle. We know he's already talked to multiple lawyers that were both in the White House and in the post-White House campaign to get some context as to what was going on. But with someone like Mr. Roman, it's that lead-up. It's that period of time between December 14th, when the Electoral College votes were certified, and January 6th, that very critical period of time where there was no longer any basis for alternate electors. The precedent from 1960 was no longer valid. Yet this campaign was still trying to get these slates submitted to NAR. They were trying to get them submitted to Vice President Pence on January 6th, the Eastman plan. This gives them more detailed insider knowledge. Whether or not it results in indictments, well, we're just going to all have to wait on that one.
And we showed viewers some of the history, including some of the public statements by people involved in this. As an attorney, what is your assessment of those stated defenses that we heard, some of which were kind of offered before they knew how much heat there would come from Special Counsel Smith?
I think a lot of those are more political talking points than actual true legal defenses. But look, if there are indictments, if the lawyers get indicted, the Rudy Giuliani's and the Sidney Powell's and the Jeff Clarks of the world, if some of the political players get indicted, and of course, if Donald Trump himself gets indicted, there's going to be extensive pretrial motions, an extensive array of challenges as a matter of law to these allegations and to whatever the charges are that are arrayed against them. I fully expect those things will get appealed up. I fully expect all of that will partially be the reason why I don't ever expect that kind of thing to get to trial before November 2024. But those defenses, in my view, far more, just like in the documents case, they're more political talking points masquerading as legal defenses.
Yeah, and Mike Roman is not a household name. It's certainly different than Giuliani, but we have a little bit more of the text here on that deposition from the committee probe where they said, did you ever talk to the president about other options for changing or affecting the results of the 2020 election? And he says the fifth. Why does that matter? Because in the abundance of fairness, I have mentioned and reported that there are plenty of legal conversations you could have about trying to see whether you'd get a different outcome. Viewers remember many state races that have had recounts. Lawsuits, of course, are legal to file. Indeed, even filing a frivolous lawsuit, which can lead to sanction, is not a crime. In other words, if you and I don't practice anymore, but if you and I were practicing and somebody said, I want to file this, and we warned them, this might really be actually verging on frivolous, and they said file it anyway, we could debate that out. But if you file that, it's not a crime. When this individual says to Congress, well, if I answer this honestly, I might incriminate myself in a crime. What does that tell you?
So honestly, when it came to that, to the congressional probe, I think that was just overprotective lawyering. I'm pretty sure his lawyer said, you're invoking the fifth to everything. You're not answering questions on anything. Doesn't mean that he actually has something there of value. That's why hearing about these proffer sessions, both what Rudy Giuliani did, what Mr. Roman did, that's where it's getting interesting of what do they actually have of value, of relevant material information that they can give to Jack Smith that would be informative to any issue of a potential indictment that they could barter with in order to avoid or at least minimize their own criminal exposure. That's something I expect we'll see and we'll get more clarity on if there are indictments. Yeah. Won't know before that.
Yeah, and before I lose you on the documents probe, long-time, really studious beat viewers may remember we quoted you in a separate piece the other day. We didn't have you on television, but we quoted you for the proposition that if people plead out and have government experience in these classified docs cases, they can sometimes avoid prison time. But if they don't, if they fight it all the way, which Trump's lawyers have said he intends to do, and they're convicted, that tends to then lead to prison time. Could you walk us through that precedent?
Sure. There are, examples of people who've gotten caught up in mishandling of classified information cases. You think of General Petraeus, who got off of basically a slap on the wrist, despite what I thought should have been a far more severe punishment, but who got away with not having significant exposure and didn't have to go to prison. To my knowledge, anyone who's ever taken this all the way, gone to trial and been convicted, it didn't matter how few or how many documents, it didn't matter how many mitigating circumstances there were at sentencing, there was always some kind of prison time. Even with people who pled guilty, you think a Reality Winner, she went to prison for several years for the one document. So if Donald Trump actually ends up in trial over the documents case, and if he gets convicted, I don't see any way he avoids prison time. His only hope in that case is he can get reelected to the presidency, or someone of his party can get elected and pardon him.
If Trump were convicted of any of the things that he's been indicted for, is there anything that would disqualify him from your vote?
No, sir. I mean, he ain't the first one. Look at Clinton. You know, look at Biden taking money from other countries.
But in fairness, none of them have been indicted. We've never had a president indicted. Now that he's been indicted, is there anything that makes you feel like, well, maybe he's not the right person?
No, sir.
Is there anything you could imagine him doing that would disqualify him from your vote?
No, sir. Not right offhand. I don't think of right now.
We had somebody earlier tell us that if Trump was standing on the steps of the White House and murdered someone, he'd still vote for him. Same with you?
Mm-hmm.
How come?
I don't know. I like Trump. He's got something about him.
Have a great day. Thanks a lot. Is there anything that would disqualify him from your vote?
No,
Trump
not at
actually
all. He hasn't done
everyone
anything
feel
illegal.
better about who they are.
This goes back to the Department of Justice being a political machine at this point and not a Department of Justice. What about Joe Biden and his documents? He was only a senator and then vice president. He didn't have any presidential authorization to take those documents and scatter them all over from Pennsylvania to Delaware. I mean, really. I don't know. I just think that, you know, if people can't see beyond this politicalization of the Justice Department,
Politicalization.
then I would say they suffer from Trump derangement syndrome.
There are people that think that you suffer from.
Yeah, but they don't have an argument. They just
I
don't
hear
like
so
Trump.
many new words
if you
from
said, look, here's
Say one nice thing about Joe Biden to me.
I can't.
Right, so you just don't like Biden.
Oh, because I've looked at Biden when he's just totally corrupt. How can you look beyond the corruption to say that this man could be a statesman representing the United States?
Show us.
You know, the whole issue of his getting the millions of dollars with Hunter Biden, the media didn't cover that at all. Why? Why didn't they cover that? You know, you must have seen the so-called text message, right?
Tell me about it.
Hunter Biden sent to some authority in China.
Why do you believe that, but you don't believe the other stuff about Trump?
What other stuff?
Well, you're saying that so they say. You just said to me, so they say, when I asked you a question.
Yeah, because they never tell you Trump's side of the story. They, meaning the media, the major media, where people get their so-called authorized information from, you know, what's Trump's side of the story?
There's a lot going on in the news with the former president now, with indictments, with classified documents and things like that. Is there anything that would disqualify him from your vote if, for example, a jury finds him guilty? Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. But if there's guilt, if there's further indictments, is there anything that would prevent you from voting for him?
No. Because it's smoke and mirrors is what that is. I don't think he's guilty of that.
But I'm pushing back because that's my job. But I mean, if there's video, if there's audio, if there are people that work for his campaign saying things, people who love Donald Trump but are being forced into cooperating because it's the law, would that change you at all?
It wouldn't, and honestly, because it's not the first time. He's not the first one, you know, that's had to. But I don't think it's true. But even if he is, I just have that much respect for him and his love for America and him wanting to make it great again that I would still vote.
What does making America great again mean to you?
To me, just changes that I feel like that he's going to make as far as taxes. I don't know, just bringing things back to America.
So
He did a
informed.
lot of that. Yeah.
I'll let you go. Thanks for stopping. Is there anything that would disqualify him from your vote?
Well, I suppose nobody's perfect, right? I mean, he's not a perfect president. I just think he's been used as a pawn to change elections.
In terms of, can you explain that a little?
Just to persecute him to try to change elections, so, to keep him from getting elected, and I think that's wrong.
Just go to the change elections thing. Where they're trying to do what then?
Do you think there's foil under those hands?
If he's being persecuted, and then people start believing these allegations, then that may change votes, right? So.
Got it. Is there anything that would disqualify Donald Trump from your vote in 2024?
Yeah, if he decided that he was going to go and let China get into his wallet, or if he decided he would let Russia get into his wallet, those are two things that Trump don't do.
Some people think that Russia's been in Donald Trump's wallet for a minute already.
Look, Trump goes and he makes this country great. He don't even take a paycheck. He gets all the crap from everybody. They can't even give him that kind of courtesy to say thank you. I mean, that's just ridiculous in my opinion.
What should we thank Donald Trump for?
Bringing light to a bunch of things that everyone
showing us how not to use standards.
Some specific.
The swamp. I mean, the reason why it ended up happening to him like it has happened is because he touched the wrong feet. So you stomp on the wrong feet, you get kicked out. That's always been the case in Washington.
So it's China and it's Russia. If he broke American laws and is convicted of it, innocent until proven guilty, if he is proven guilty and convicted, he could still get your vote.
Sure. I don't believe it for a second. He may do a few things, and yeah, he might like women. What man don't? But, there's all kinds of things that he might do. But is he going to go against the country? No. He's already proven for 4 years he can do the job. So put the man there that can do the job.
Can you remember the summer of 2012? More than a decade ago. The Olympics were kicking off in London. Mitt Romney was preparing to challenge Barack Obama for the presidency, and two of Donald Trump's kids were at the center of a criminal investigation against them. Yes, really. Ivanka and Donald Trump Jr. It's a story few people know happened, and it begins in Lower Manhattan.
Located in the center of Manhattan's chic artist enclave, the Trump International Hotel and Tower in Soho is the site of my latest development.
Trump's new hotel, which technically wasn't even in Soho, was completed just before the 2008 Great Recession. Marketing was tailored to overseas investors, including, quote, a lot of money pouring in from Russia, Donald Trump Jr. told a reporter in 2008. It was also the first big project, the coming out, if you will, for Ivanka Trump and Don Jr. Possess your own Soho, read ads for the timeshares showing Ivanka lounging over the Manhattan skyline. Conveniently, there were Russian translations. And according to Ivanka and Don Jr., there were plenty of eager buyers for the units, which started at $1.2 million. She told Reuters in mid-2008, as the real estate market was barreling towards a crash, that about 60% of the units had already been sold. And the project had seen constant demand since sales began. The only problem, that wasn't true. It wasn't close to true. According to a 2017 joint investigative report by ProPublica, The New Yorker, and WNYC, Trump lawyers were forced to disclose that less than 16% of the units had been sold in 2010. Ivanka and Don Jr. had been inflating that number by as much as 300% to potential buyers. And it didn't just happen once. According to that joint reporting, Manhattan prosecutors began investigating around 2010 and found dozens of emails that they say showed Ivanka and Don Jr. allegedly goading people to invest with the inflated numbers and with false suggestions of a hot market run. So what happened? Why were the Trump kids never prosecuted for alleged felony fraud and larceny, an investigation that went on for 2 years? Well, remember this fellow, Mark Kasowitz, was one of Trump's lawyers during the Mueller investigation. But before all that, he represented the Trump family in the case of Trump Soho, finding all sorts of ways to work the refs, if you will, detailed by that joint investigation, like donating $25,000 in January 2012 to Manhattan District Attorney Cy Vance, which Vance would end up returning, prior to Kasowitz paying him a visit in May of that year in hopes of having the case dropped, a meeting that a Vance deputy called premature given the state of the Trump investigation. Premature or not, within a couple of months of that meeting, the DA's office said it would drop the investigation into Don Jr. and Ivanka. Less than 6 months later, Kasowitz sent even more money to the DA's campaign. Kasowitz ended up donating more than $30,000 to Vance's re-election bid. And just before Election Day 2013, Kasowitz even hosted a fundraiser for Vance as well. It didn't look good, and by 2017, after this Trump Soho story broke, Vance was telling the New York Times that he had returned Kasowitz's money and said he dropped the investigation because the victims refused to cooperate. That's why. But at the end of the day, in 2012, with Trump Soho, the Trump family seemed to get what they wanted. Ivanka and Don Jr. reportedly avoided a felony criminal indictment. Now, if members of the Trump family could get away with this alleged fraud as private citizens, just imagine the things they could get away with after Inauguration Day 2017, when they entered government. Of course, you don't have to imagine. Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump took in hundreds of millions of dollars in outside income during their time as members of the government, as White House advisors. Somewhere between $172 and $640 million, according to an analysis of financial disclosures by the ethics watchdog Crew. And just for good measure, Kushner got another $2 billion of investment money from Saudi Arabia after leaving the White House. Yes, $2 billion with a B. A lot of people probably haven't heard these stories about Trump's daughter and his son-in-law, which is interesting considering how many people these days have heard the name Hunter Biden. Yes, the son of the current Democratic president, with whom Republicans have been obsessed in a birtherism Benghazi Hillary emails kind of way. Yes, Hunter Biden, who just last week pled guilty to 2 misdemeanor counts of tax evasion and a felony firearms charge for crimes dating back to 2017 and 2018. A plea deal brokered and accepted by the Trump-appointed U.S. attorney in Delaware. To be clear, Hunter Biden is far from any kind of paragon of virtue. He did a lot of dodgy things, including trading off his last name and his dad's various government job titles to make money for himself. He had no business, for example, being on the board of a Ukrainian energy firm. And yes, he has since admitted to crimes. But none of that justifies the GOP obsession with Hunter Biden, the sprawling, outlandish conspiracy theories that the GOP have constructed around Hunter and Joe Biden without any evidence. The Biden crime family, they say, used the Biden DOJ to get Hunter a sweetheart deal and prevent the world from finding out that the big guy, Joe Biden, took bribes.
What are all these
accusations for which they have not been able to provide any hard evidence. For Republicans, the ultimate crime here seems to be nepotism.
If you're the son of the president, you don't get any jail time.
Rules are for thee, not for me, when your last name is Biden.
For the children of the people in charge, there are no penalties. There are only upsides. They're princelings. They can do what they want.
If your name is Biden, you can defy the law with impunity.
2 different sets of rules depending on whether you're a member in good standing of elite society or not.
This does not happen if Hunter's last name is anything other than Biden.
Anyone else in America whose last name isn't Biden or Clinton would have gone to jail.
For once, they have a point. It's true that people do get off easy for having the right name. But the name we should be looking for isn't just Biden, it's also Trump. Because unlike Hunter Biden, the private citizen who has never worked for any government, domestic or foreign, Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner have gotten off scot-free for their open grift and alleged corruption while serving in government. And don't just take it from me, take it from Chris Christie, longtime friend turned belated enemy of Donald Trump.
The grift from this family is breathtaking. It's breathtaking. Jared Kushner and Ivanka Kushner walk out of the White House and months later get $2 billion from the Saudis. $2 billion from the Saudis. You think it's because he's some kind of investing genius? Or do you think it's because he was sitting next to the President of the United States for 4 years doing favors for the Saudis?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but Chris Christie is right. And Christie is someone who knows a thing or two about the Kushners, because in 2005, Christie was the U.S. attorney who prosecuted Jared Kushner's dad, financier Charles Kushner, for 18 counts of illegal campaign contributions, tax evasion, and witness tampering. The witness he tampered with was his own brother-in-law, his wife's husband. He admitted to entrapment by hiring a prostitute for that brother-in-law, and he then sent a video of the encounter to his own sister. Charming guy. But in 2020, the elder Kushner got a presidential pardon from one Donald J. Trump. Par for the course in what some might call the Trump crime family, whose own twice-indicted patriarch currently leads Republican primary polling with 51% of the vote, according to a new NBC News poll. A poll taken after Trump was arraigned in federal court under charges stemming from the Espionage Act. Still, all we hear out of Republicans is, what about Hunter? What about the Biden crime family? Today, I want to focus on the Trump family members and their alleged corruption, because they might be back in the White House as senior advisors again 18 months from now. Hunter Biden, on the other hand, never was in government and isn't in danger of joining any government ever. And yet he's the main GOP obsession of the moment, living rent-free in the Republican hive mind. While Javanka, well, they get a pass. But
ooh, I just got a
not
chill
from me.
thinking of it.
Not from this show, not today. Let's start with the Trump's favorite senior advisor. Let's start with Donald Trump's fave, Ivanka. Not only did she bring her Nepo baby status to the White House, but she also brought in a nice roster of potential conflicts of interest, including her ownership stake in the Trump D.C. hotel, conveniently located just 5 blocks away from the White House. But she promised us on television that her business interests would not interfere with her role in the administration.
I understand the obligation on me to avoid conflicts of interest, and I take that seriously.
Well, there you go, people. Back in early 2017, Ivanka was very clear when it came to the Trump D.C. hotel. She takes conflicts of interest seriously. Never mind that the hotel opened under her leadership right before her father took office. She said she was stepping away from the hotel and her family business, the Trump Organization, when she joined the White House. But the ethics watchdog crew found from financial disclosures that Ivanka earned over $13 million from her stake in the Trump D.C. hotel during her time in the White House. Sounds like she scored a nice sweetheart deal. Oh no, that's what Hunter Biden got, say Republicans. Now, in a world where Ivanka was a private citizen, you know, like Hunter Biden, her personal gains from the hotel might not be up for discussion. But again, Ivanka was a senior advisor to the president, and that becomes particularly important when you consider the fact that during the Trump administration, foreign officials spent over $750,000 at the D.C. hotel, according to the House Oversight Committee. Not a bad way to earn a few brownie points right before a big meeting with a White House official, right? Oh, Ivanka, we just slept so well down the street in those gorgeous $10,000 rooms of yours last night. Trump's son Eric, a top executive at the Trump Organization, said the company donated the profits from foreign money to the U.S. Treasury. But ethics watchdogs pointed out a pretty big loophole. If foreign officials spent money at unprofitable Trump properties, there was no pledge for that money to go to the Treasury. No. That would go straight to the Trumps. Okay, so clearly Ivanka isn't as serious as she'd have you believe when it comes to conflicts of interest tied to the family business. But surely she must be a little more careful when it comes to her own brand, right? Of course not. In fact, according to Crew, in November 2016, the day after her father won the presidency, Ivanka's fashion line filed for trademarks in Japan. The very next week, she joined her father at a face-to-face Trump Tower meeting with, there you see him, Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, raising immediate conflict of interest concerns before the Trumps had even reached the White House. Republicans right now are obsessed with a WhatsApp message from 2017 in which Hunter Biden claims to be sitting next to his father, we have no idea if he was or not, while he, Hunter, rather forcefully asks a Chinese businessman to go through with a business deal. They're up in arms about that. And yet we have a picture of Ivanka and her dad in the room with a foreign leader, days after Ivanka filed for trademarks in that foreign leader's country. But nothing to see here, am I right? By the way, Joe Biden wasn't even vice president when that message from Hunter was sent. And if Ivanka's Trump Tower meeting sounds deeply questionable, deeply questionable, wait till you hear this. Russia, yes, Russia also renewed 2 trademarks for Ivanka a month before the 2016 election. You know, the one Russia was accused of interfering in favor of Trump. Oh, and Russia wasn't the only foreign adversary Ivanka's trademarks had a stake in. No, her ambitions traveled all the way to the second biggest economy in the world, China. Yeah, the same China that Hunter Biden's accused of being involved in. A country the far right insists has improperly given millions of dollars to the Biden family, despite there still being no evidence that anyone in the Biden family acted improperly or violated any laws. But you know what we do have documentation of? A night in 2017 where Ivanka and Jared Kushner, as well as other Trump officials, dined with Chinese President Xi Jinping and his wife at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort. That same day, Ivanka was awarded 3 new trademarks from China. The same day. And there would be more trademarks to come. As the New York Times reported, China approved 5 more Ivanka trademarks in early May of 2018. And just days later, President Trump, after all his attacks on Chinese companies, announced that he was going to help save Chinese telecom giant ZTE from shutting down. This was despite the fact that the US had just banned business with ZTE due to the company's dealings with North Korea and Iran. Trump went on to reach a deal that would lift that ban, just days after China awarded Ivanka with 2 more new trademarks. Must be nice to be a, what's the word Republicans use? Influence peddler? Oh wait, that's what they're saying about Hunter Biden, not Ivanka Trump, my bad. Now, Ivanka's business at the time said it needed the trademarks to protect herself against third parties trying to capitalize on the name, which in a way makes sense. I mean, if your dad becomes president and hires you as a White House official, your name will conveniently become all the more profitable. Ivanka would end up shutting down her business in mid-2018 amid all the questions around conflicts of interest. But that didn't stop the money from flowing in. Crew reported that in the year after shutting down her company, the year after she shut it down, Ivanka Trump still managed to make somewhere between $100,000 and $1 million through the trust that held those trademarks. But it seems Ivanka Trump wasn't just looking out for her own interests. Her multimillionaire husband, Jared Kushner, also appears to have benefited from Ivanka's, how should I put it, advocacy? Like the time she promoted a tax break for developers, including a company with a $50 million investment from her husband, Jared, that earned them a complaint to the DOJ from the watchdog group Crew over their alleged violations of conflict of interest laws. The complaint ultimately went nowhere. A spokesperson for the couple's legal team said at the time, Ms. Trump is proud of her work on this legislation and she adheres to the ethics advice she has received from counsel. So, let's be clear. When a Trump-appointed attorney does a plea deal with Hunter Biden, Republicans accuse the Biden DOJ of protecting Biden's son. But when things that look like ethics violations by Javanka don't end up going anywhere, that's not the Trump DOJ protecting the president's daughter and son-in-law. How convenient. But let's talk son-in-law. Let's talk Jared. Because the former first son-in-law Kushner rose to become one of Donald Trump's top presidential advisors, despite a clear lack of qualifications and a ton of financial baggage. As soon as Trump won in 2016, Kushner joined the presidential transition team. He got rid of his father's nemesis, Chris Christie, and like his equally unqualified wife, went on to become a senior presidential advisor. And then in the White House, we finally heard him speak to the press in his underwhelming way.
I am so grateful for the opportunity to work on important matters such as Middle East peace and reinvigorating America's innovative spirit. Every day, I come to work with enthusiasm and excitement for what can be.
He had enthusiasm and excitement, but as I said, zero experience. And also no top secret security clearance, a job requirement, his application. One of those factors was his debt. He owed $1.2 billion from a loan used to purchase a skyscraper at 666 Fifth Avenue in New York at a steep markup in 2006, just before the housing bubble burst. Brilliant man, Jared Kushner. It's exactly the sort of debt that can get a security clearance rejected because it makes the debtor vulnerable to blackmail or to pay for play. Remember that real estate deal. It'll come up again shortly. But a Kushner confidant told NBC News another reason Jared's clearance was held up. He initially failed to disclose his prior contacts with at least 100 foreign officials, including a December 2016 meeting with the Russian ambassador that aroused the interests of Special Prosecutor Robert Mueller. Now, remember, Trump's national security advisor at the time, Michael Flynn, was forced to resign after he was caught concealing his contacts with the Russians. But Kushner wasn't fired. Instead, according to the New York Times, internal memos showed President Trump overruled concerned officials and ordered them to give Kushner his security clearance. What could have been behind Donald Trump's decision to save the job of the man who was married to his daughter? Can't possibly imagine. Jared would go on to use his post to establish contacts with foreign leaders who also just happened to be in a position to help Jared's bottom line. Remember Trump's first presidential trip to Saudi Arabia? Bowing to the Saudi king and touching the orb? The highlight of that trip was a $110 billion deal to sell the Saudis American military weapons. That was a deal personally brokered by Jared Kushner, per the New York Times, including a sticker price discount for the Saudis. It was about that time that Kushner began communicating through back channels with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman as the prince consolidated his power over the country. People familiar told the Washington Post that those contacts led the exasperated Secretary of State at the time, Rex Tillerson, to complain, quote, "Who is Secretary of State here?" Funny he should ask that, because the month before Trump's Saudi visit, Jared Kushner's dad, remember him, the ex-con who blackmailed his brother-in-law, met with the finance minister of the neighboring Gulf country of Qatar, seeking money to prop up his company's purchase of 666 Fifth Avenue, that money-bleeding skyscraper. The deal fell through with the Qataris, and that May, Jared Kushner flew with Trump on his trip to Saudi Arabia and talked with Saudi and Emirati leaders about secret plans to impose a blockade on Qatar. A blockade that then became a reality with Trump's blessing. A man with no experience, who couldn't get a security clearance, reportedly helping to greenlight a Middle East blockade against a U.S. ally, Qatar, who had just recently declined to help out his ailing real estate company. Hunter Biden wishes he had that kind of juice. In fact, some top Qatari officials believe the blockade was retaliation by Kushner. Multiple sources told NBC News at the time. By the following year, 2018, the Kushner companies had secured an investment that would lease their troubled building at 666 Fifth Avenue for $1.2 billion, exactly what they owed on it. Who was the investor? An asset fund backed by, you guessed it, the government of Qatar. Hunter Biden and Burisma have got nothing on this. By then, multiple current and former White House officials told the Washington Post that officials in at least 4 countries have privately discussed ways they can manipulate Jared Kushner by taking advantage of his complex business arrangements. 4 countries. But Kushner, above all else, had eyes for the Saudis and for Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. They continued to carry on a back-channel dialogue, even as MBS cracked down on his challengers at home, even as the U.S. turned up evidence that MBS ordered the murder and dismemberment of Jamal Khashoggi, a U.S.-based Washington Post columnist. In fact, Jared and MBS continued to chat privately against White House protocols that a National Security Council official must sit in on any talks with foreign leaders. Former White House and Saudi sources told the New York Times the two even communicated via WhatsApp, even as evidence came out suggesting that MBS personally had used WhatsApp messages to compromise the phone of Amazon founder Jeff Bezos. Imagine if Hunter Biden had been caught doing something like that. You can't, because for all his sins, he didn't work in government and then use his government job to get close to brutal world leaders. That was Jared. Oh, and you'll never guess what happened next after January the 6th, after Trump's departure from the Oval Office.
The New York Times reporting that 6 months after leaving the White House, Trump's son-in-law and White House senior advisor Jared Kushner secured himself a $2 billion investment from a fund led by the Saudi Crown Prince.
Not a bad way to return to private life, am I right? And Jared Kushner did not get that $2 billion from the unelected autocratic ruler of a foreign dictatorship because of his financial prowess or his investing acumen. And you don't have to take my word for that. Take the word of MBS's own advisors. They told their boss, the Crown Prince, that the investment wasn't a smart one. According to documents reviewed by the New York Times, they warned MBS that Kushner lacked experience, that his new firm was, quote, unsatisfactory in all aspects, and that Kushner wanted to charge them excessive fees. But their warnings were overruled by the Crown Prince himself, or as Jared Kushner reportedly calls him on WhatsApp, Mohammed. Why would the Crown Prince throw $2 billion into a fund with all these red flags? Could it be because MBS sees it as a way to exercise influence over a key Trump family member and possible senior member of the next US administration? I don't know. But to quote Kevin McCarthy on the topic of Hunter Biden,
none of it smells right.
No, it doesn't. I mean, forget McCarthy. Not even Jim Jordan himself is accusing Hunter Biden of having the sort of relationship with a Chinese or a Ukrainian government official that Jared cultivated with the literal Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. I mean, if scandal-obsessed Republicans are looking for a big guy, this may be him. Hunter Biden wishes he was Jared Kushner or Ivanka Trump. He wishes he had their kind of power, influence, or global financial reach. He wishes he was up against a political party in Congress that basically failed to hold him to account. Yes, Democrats on Capitol Hill tell us they're investigating Jared's role in the Qatar blockade and the $2 billion from the Saudis. And shockingly, House Oversight Democrats say the Republicans have declined to join this investigation into possible presidential family corruption. But I have to ask, why aren't Democrats talking about this more? Why wasn't the House Oversight Committee, back when Democrats controlled it, holding the kind of show trial hearings on Javanka that the House Republicans are currently holding on Hunter? Or how about the Senate Finance Committee, still today run by Democrats? Any fiery hearings from them on Jared's $2 billion from the Saudis? Democrats need to raise their game, and Republicans need to stop being hypocrites. Hunter Biden is facing public shaming and criminal investigations, while Jared and Ivanka are living their best lives, boosted by those millions they made in office and those billions they since received from the Gulf. How is that fair? Look, the Republicans are right. Nobody should get away with corruption simply because their dad is the president. Nobody should get away with dodgy foreign dealing simply because of their last name. But if Republicans are really concerned about all that, then they have the wrong president, the wrong family, the wrong offspring.
Videos on YouTube of pilots flying the exact same model of plane featured in the clip that Mueller shows us. And this is a story about science, education, YouTube, and most importantly, money. It's a story about what happens when the desire to educate comes into conflict with the desire to get paid. Finally, it's a story about how some of the most valuable companies in the world are using educational YouTube as a vector for misinformation. And to unpack all of this, we're going to talk about one of the biggest science channels on the platform, Veritasium. In July 2021, the science YouTube channel Veritasium released a video titled "Why You Should Want Driverless Cars on Roads Now." It featured the channel's host and founder, Derek Muller, making a characteristically compelling argument for the embrace of autonomous vehicles. Attempting to debunk the anxieties some people feel about having driverless cars loose on public roads, Mueller asserts that self-driving vehicles are actually far safer than their human-driven alternatives, and have the potential to both save lives and greatly improve contemporary urban life. A large part of the video is delivered from the backseat of one of a fleet of driverless taxis currently operated in Phoenix, Arizona by Waymo, the successor to Google's self-driving car project. All in all, it amounts to a glowing review currently existing driverless car technology in general, and Waymo's implementation of that technology in particular. Mueller so thoroughly punctures any concerns that one might have about autonomous vehicles that it's hard not to come away from the video as an enthusiastic evangelist for self-driving cars. For a YouTube channel which derives its name from the Latin word for truth, to be able to make a video which is so uncompromisingly positive, so lacking in caveats or caution, must be reflective of a highly refined technology, right? Well, no. It's actually reflective of little more than the size of Waymo's PR budget. For, as Mueller admits 30 seconds in, this is a sponsored video, paid for by Waymo and very clearly designed to contribute to their present PR strategy. To describe the video as an advert is perhaps to slightly miss the point. The primary goal here isn't to promote Waymo's taxi service to potential customers. That's only actually available to unvetted members of the public and
Have you seen that you can now throw yourself into random battles on Warsaken? I just discovered it this weekend. I'm going to try one in a while.
customers. That's only actually available to unvetted members of the public in a handful of Phoenix suburbs, so most people can't use it anyway. Instead, the video is a more general attempt to reassure viewers about a technology that has been attracting some increasingly negative headlines. In December 2020, Uber lost confidence in its long-standing dream of automating its ride-hailing service and sold its self-driving car division to a competitor. A few months later, the poster child for techno-optimism, Elon Musk, similarly revealed that he didn't expect it to be so hard to implement full self-driving capabilities in Tesla vehicles. And in May of this year, embarrassment came knocking at Waymo's own door, when a video circulated online of one of its self-driving taxis getting confused by some traffic cones.
No, they've most updated the game. So I was looking at it, I was trying to get a code and doing the old way, and I saw that it threw me into a random fight with someone. You've got to go through the bottom button for a number.
Elon Musk similarly revealed that he didn't expect it to be so hard to implement full self-driving capabilities in Tesla vehicles. And in May of this year, embarrassment came knocking at Waymo's own door, when a video circulated online of one of its self-driving taxis getting confused by some traffic cones, blocking 2 lanes of traffic, and then trying to escape the support team that came to the aid of the trapped passenger. Such stories have combined with a steady drip of crashes and near crashes involving cars with self-driving capabilities to make some people feel that driverless vehicles might be, at best, an overly ambitious pipe dream, and at worst, potentially quite dangerous. In September 2021, Morning Consult revealed that the share of US adults who believe autonomous vehicles are safer than regular cars had fallen by 5 points to just 22%. It's no surprise that Waymo, which is currently looking to expand its experimental taxi service to new cities, would want to push back on these perceptions. Should opposition to self-driving cars gain too much traction, then securing permits to test these vehicles on public roads is likely to become much more difficult. That they might turn to a YouTube channel as part of their pushback campaign might, until just a few years ago, have seemed much less likely. Nevertheless, those of you that have watched some of my previous videos or who follow me on Twitter will know that I've been keeping an eye on this growing trend of companies, billionaires and elite institutions using sponsorship deals with purportedly educational channels to promote their own highly selective and self-interested vision of the world for some time. Earlier this year, we took a look at a video by ex-Vox journalist Johnny Harris to foreground this emergent practice in which a creator goes beyond integrating a brief advert for a product or service into their video and turns off their critical faculties entirely, working with a company or institution to craft a video which, from start to finish, is little more than corporate propaganda. Now, as a rule, I don't think we owe it to creators who make these wholly sponsored fluff pieces to engage with the minutiae of their arguments. Whatever the merits of Veritasium's other work, and there are many, the choices surrounding what information to include in this particular video are not being made with reference to what will leave viewers with the most rounded understanding of autonomous vehicles, but instead with reference to Waymo's current PR goals. This is, in short, a completely disingenuous and unserious contribution to the debate around driverless cars. That being said, I often struggle to convince others of this. Often as a result of the goodwill that creators have built up over the years, people might accept that a sponsorship tips the scales a tiny bit, but will be hesitant to believe that an entire video could be completely worthless. In fact, Mueller himself sums up many people's attitudes towards these kinds of corporate partnerships when, following his revelation that the Veritasium video is sponsored by Waymo, he gives a little shrug, as if to say, no big deal.
Oh, but full disclosure, this video is sponsored by Waymo.
Today then, we are going to engage with the arguments put forward in why you should want driverless cars on roads now. We're going to look at Mueller's invocation of dubious comparisons with other technologies, his misrepresentation of statistics, and the highly selective approach he takes to discussing the capabilities of Waymo's vehicles. What we'll find is that while the video doesn't contain any outright falsehoods, its central argument relies on Mueller being extremely careful about what he does and doesn't say. By the end of the video, hopefully you'll have a sense of how damaging these pieces can be to our collective understanding of the world, why we should be skeptical of anyone who describes themselves as an educator involving themselves in the creation of such content, and why we should resist the further normalization of such practices. To reiterate, while we're going to be focusing primarily on Veritasium's partnership with Waymo today, Mueller and his team are far from the only science, tech and/or educational YouTubers to periodically give corporate sponsors the opportunity to influence the editorial content of their videos. In fact, the video we're discussing today was itself just one part of a larger PR campaign in which Waymo recruited 5 YouTube channels and tasked them with creating videos which would push back against declining trust in self-driving cars. Some of these channels helpfully included some screen recordings of what one of the creators described as a round table and what others might try to characterize as a press event, but comparing extracts from the event to the resulting videos seems to have involved little more than Waymo staff briefing the sponsored creators on what to include in their videos. The uploads which resulted from this campaign varied depending on the size, resources and styles of the channels making them. Shannon Morse's video simply involves her talking to camera with the occasional bit of stock footage overlaid to keep things visually interesting. The video released by Snazzy Labs favours showing clips from the briefing event itself, allowing Waymo specialists to explain how the company's vehicles operate in their own words. By far the most entertaining video is by Jason Silver, largely because of how sensationalist and ridiculously superlative-laden the whole thing is.
We have literally with the Waymo driver a level of situational awareness, a level of prediction, a level of mapping of the environment that is unsurpassed, something we've never seen before.
Silver also doesn't seem to entirely understand the technology that he's been told to talk about, and so is reduced to drawing upon Arthur C. Clarke to describe self-driving cars as indistinguishable from magic.
Waymo driver is indistinguishable, my friends, from magic. The experience, unsurpassed.
The Veritasium video is clearly that which has had the most time and resource pumped into it. This is reflective of both the channel being much more established than the others, and presumably the much larger payment that would therefore have come attached to the sponsorship deal. Interestingly, where other channels have apparently been asked to include the hashtag Waymo Ambassador, either in the descriptions of their videos or in the video itself, the team at Veritasium appears to have negotiated that term away. And this is interesting, in that it hints at a desire to not want to be seen to be too close to the company the video will discuss, even if the content of the video itself remains dubious. What really sets the Veritasium video apart is that it is the only sponsored video in this campaign in which someone actually rides in a Waymo car. And notably, this does not work in the video's favour. In an attempt to showcase the car's ability to deal with tricky situations, Muller instructs it to drive through a car park.
What I want to see here is, how does it handle a parking lot?
In the event, there aren't actually any other moving vehicles around. Nevertheless, there is a person pushing a trolley along the pavement. Despite this person being a decent distance away and being well within the bounds of the pavement, the car comes to a screeching halt. The wheels actually squeal, it's so abrupt.
Whoa, that was a sudden stop.
Muller tries to turn this into a positive, using it as an opportunity to talk about how the Waymo software calculates various different possibilities of what might happen in any given scenario. Ultimately though, it's not convincing. One is left to wonder whether the software's reasoning is so uncertain that it stops every time it sees a person on the pavement just in case they leap out into the road. While the Veritasium video may be a more accomplished production than those released by the other creators involved in this campaign, however, the key talking points remain broadly the same. Throughout each of the videos, the same statistics, many of which we'll critique later, crop up time and again. We repeatedly hear about how 94% of serious road accidents in the US are caused by human drivers. More about that figure later. And how the Waymo software has driven a cumulative 20 million miles. More about that figure later too. Several of the same cutesy anecdotes are repeated by different creators. In fact, if one watches through all 5 videos, one finds clips of Waymo employees at the briefing event priming the creators with talking points which later crop up in videos by the other channels framed as opinions that the hosts have come to of their own accord. Now, it would be entirely possible to scrutinise Veritasium's contribution to this PR campaign by playing through the video in question and ridiculing it for its general cheesiness. There's one moment, for example, where, having supposedly come to the end of his planned ride in the Waymo vehicle, Muller is apparently having so much fun that he just can't bear to get out. He therefore calls the support team and arranges to extend his ride.
I just completed my ride, but I don't want to get out of the car. I just want to keep driving. Is there a way that I can do that?
Putting aside the weirdness of the fact that extending his ride involves him having to get out of the car, wait for it to drive around the block, and then come back and pick him up again.
I just left all my stuff in the car. I hope it comes back.
Are we really supposed to believe that the initial plan for the day's filming was for him to just be left on some random residential street in Phoenix? Nevertheless, while the silliness of this presentational veneer is worth noting, what I'm really interested in today are the more sincere arguments that the video makes for the swift and widespread adoption of driverless cars, and the statistics and anecdotes which supposedly substantiate those arguments. For some people might posit that sponsored videos like this can be a win-win for viewers and the sponsoring companies. Viewers are able to gain an insight into emerging technologies, the argument might go, whilst companies are able to increase their brand recognition. Digging into the claims that Muller makes in this video, however, destroys this premise entirely, with any claims to education being swiftly overshadowed by mountains of corporate fluff and misinformation. Now, this video isn't corporate propaganda, but this brief section of it has been sponsored by Surfshark, the Formula One of VPN services. Protect yourself online by heading to surfshark.deals/Tom Nicholas to get 83% off the 2-year plan and an extra 3 months for free. allowing you to safely and securely browse the web for just $2.21 a month. As we all know, today's internet is dominated by massive platforms who are looking to sweep up any and all information they can about your online activity. As such, we can all benefit from putting measures in place to protect ourselves and our identities while we surf the web. Surfshark allows you to control what websites and your internet service provider can see about who you are and what you get up to, through essentially creating a private internet connection that keeps you safe and secure whenever you're online. Unlike other providers, Surfshark allows you to use their VPN service on an unlimited number of devices with just one subscription. And they have apps for PC, Mac, iOS, Android, smart TVs, Xbox, PlayStation, to name a few. This ensures that you can keep your online activity secret and safe whenever and however you get online. So whether you're out and about using public Wi-Fi hotspots or watching TV from the comfort of your own home, you can rest assured that no one is snooping on who you are and what you're up to. So if you want to take advantage of that time-limited offer of 83% off the 2-year plan and an extra 3 months for free, you can support the channel by letting them know that I sent you through heading over to surfshark.deals/TomNicholas. And with that, it's on with the show. Having pieced together some of the financial backdrop to the creation of this video, we can finally get on to examining some of the claims that are made about Waymo's self-driving cars within it. As mentioned previously, the video kicks off with the channel's host, Derek Muller, acknowledging the sponsorship deal with Waymo before climbing into the back of one of the company's vehicles and setting off on his ride around the Phoenix suburbs. Finally, at just over a minute in, he begins to build the foundations of his argument. The preconception at the heart of this video is that self-driving cars are underdeveloped, can occasionally be dangerous, and that we should therefore be cautious in how and when we allow them to be used. Muller evidences the prevalence of this view through showing us the results of a YouTube community poll, which revealed that 40% of Veritasium's audience believes that self-driving car technology wouldn't be ready for at least another 10 years. Highlighting the lack of a driver in the moving vehicle that he's sat in, Muller makes it clear that his goal in this video will be to prove those doubters wrong.
And for those people, I have news, which is that, well, there is no driver in this car.
Following a brief potted history of Waymo, and interestingly long before his frankly dubious explanation of how the company's vehicles work, Muller's first approach to doing so is to foreground two other ways in which automation is used in our lives which may have once been seen as alarming or dangerous, but which most people now routinely accept as safe. He begins with lifts, or elevators to our American friends, suggesting that concerns surrounding self-driving cars can be likened to the public response to the introduction of automated elevators.
When people started putting in driverless elevators, well, the public was very concerned and they didn't want to ride in those elevators.
Now, this obviously isn't a very good comparison. As Muller quickly admits, elevators only have to travel in one dimension, and a lift shaft is a highly controlled environment relative to the multitude uncertainties of public roads. Interestingly, this section is also entirely plagiarized. A quick Google search reveals it to have been lifted beat for beat from a 2015 Planet Money interview with architectural historian Lee Gray. We won't have time to go into Veritasium's somewhat disingenuous approach to referencing and citing evidence for this video today. However, it just seems unnecessary. Thinks it is. He continues by discussing Autoland, the automated guidance system that is used to land aeroplanes in conditions of low visibility. Textual historian Lee Gray. We won't have time to go into Veritasium's somewhat disingenuous approach to referencing and citing evidence for this video today. However, it just seems unnecessarily rude not to have credited the source here. Muller's second choice of comparison is more successful, though not for the reasons that he thinks it is. He continues by discussing Autoland, the automated guidance system that is used to land aeroplanes in conditions of low visibility.
I saw this particular landing where a plane is coming into Vienna and it's just so foggy that the pilots can see almost nothing. I mean, this is the view from the cockpit. And yet they make a perfect, a textbook landing right on target. So how do they do it? The answer is the pilots didn't do it. It was a Cat 3 auto land procedure. The plane just came in and landed itself, essentially.
The automation of plane landings is obviously far more complex and therefore impressive than the operation of an elevator. The problem with using it to make the case for the rollout of driverless cars is that Autoland is far more limited and requires the involvement of many more human beings than Mueller cares to mention. For one, the suggestion that the plane landed itself ignores the fact that a good deal of the technology which makes these landings possible is on the ground. Those of you that have flown to or from large airports may have noticed an array of antennae at the end of the runway. Collectively, these are
Sorry, I think I was muted when I replied. I said, I don't know, mine seems to be doing okay.
rollout of driverless cars is that Autoland is far more limited and requires the involvement of many more human beings than Mueller cares to mention. For one, the suggestion that the plane landed itself ignores the fact that a good deal of the technology which makes these landings possible is on the ground. Those of you that have flown to or from large airports may have noticed an array of antennae at the end of the runway. Collectively, these are called the localizer, and they essentially fire out a beam which, alongside other systems, guides the plane to the centre of the runway. The result is that Autoland procedures can only be accomplished at certain airports that have this kit. It's far from a case of the plane simply responding to the environment around it. Additionally, Autoland involves a lot of human input. There are several videos on YouTube of pilots flying the exact same model of plane featured in the clip that Mueller shows us, and watching them, one finds it to be an incredibly involved process. They're not even just monitoring the landing either. Pilots are actively involved in adjusting the speed of the aircraft, the flaps, deploying the landing gear, and much more. And this is before we consider the huge number of people involved in monitoring and making safe both the airspace and the runway. As we'll see later, these geographical limitations and the involvement of significant numbers of human beings actually makes Autoland pretty comparable to Waymo's vehicles. And admitting these caveats doesn't make the technology any less impressive. Unfortunately, at least in part due to the video being sponsored by Waymo, Mueller is hell-bent on both pretending that automation technology is more capable than it actually is, and on pretending that human involvement in its operation, rather than being essential, has the potential to be fatal. In a pretty distasteful turn, the video draws our attention to the case of Asiana Airlines Flight 214.
When Asiana Airlines Flight 214 was on final approach to San Francisco, attempting to manually land the plane, the pilot accidentally left the throttle at 0, and by the time they realized and tried to abort the landing, it was too late. The plane crashed into the runway seawall and split in two.
The implication of Mueller's version of events is that the pilots of Flight 214 were too egotistical to make use of automated systems in landing the plane, and that if they had done so, the crash could have been avoided. The problem is that the pilots were making use of automated systems in the form of what's called an auto-throttle. More than this, the official investigation placed the onus for the crash on that very technology. On publishing the final report, the acting chairman of the investigating body told the BBC that In their efforts to compensate for the unreliability of human performance, the designers of automated control systems have unwittingly created opportunities for new error types that can be even more serious than those they were seeking to avoid. To use the crash of Flight 214 as proof that autonomy is good and humans bad then is frankly ludicrous. This tragic episode is an argument for more caution, not less. There is likely a brilliant discussion to be had about what other implementations of automated and autonomous technology can teach us about how, why, when and where we as a society might want to deploy driverless cars. Unfortunately, again, at least in part due to the sponsoring relationship with Waymo, the Veritasium video chooses to do away with such nuance. By misrepresenting automated systems as more capable than they actually are, the video implies hesitancy over driverless cars to be entirely irrational. And in the next part of the video, Mueller doubles down on this argument. In the interests of not making a long video even longer, we're going to largely skip over a couple of sections of the Veritasium video. In the first, Mueller explains the 5 levels of autonomous driving, and in a barely concealed dig at Tesla's autopilot function, suggests that the supposed safety benefits of driverless cars only kick in once you reach full autonomy.
All these drivers were trusting the technology too much, which makes almost fully autonomous vehicles potentially more dangerous than regular cars. So this is why Waymo decided that the only safe way to proceed is with a car that has at least level 4 autonomy.
Footage from the Snazzy Labs video, which also makes the same point in exactly the same way, suggests that this potshot at Tesla is drawn entirely from the briefing with Waymo staff. The following section sees Mueller take a tour around Waymo's depot and offices. This is fairly unremarkable, although it is the one part of the video where we get a hint at the considerable number of human beings required to ensure that Waymo's taxi service is safe.
This is the depot where the cars go when they're not on the road. And it's also where people monitor all the rides in progress.
There is then a bit more vlog-style footage, as well as the beginnings of an interview with the woman in charge of Waymo's ride-hailing operations, who, unsurprisingly, thinks Waymo is great. With all this over and done with, Mueller returns to the central argument of his video, that self-driving cars are safer than their human-driven alternatives. This time, however, rather than trying to convince us that autonomy is safe, he settles for arguing that human drivers are less capable than we might like to think. This section is a bit death by statistics.
Surveys show 74% of people believe they are above average drivers. In the 20th century, 60 million people were killed on the road. That's basically an extra world war's worth of deaths. The National Transportation and Safety Board has identified human error as the cause of 94% of accidents.
Unlike in most of their other videos, Veritasium doesn't provide any sources for these figures, and a brief use of a search engine gives some indication as to why this might be. The figure suggesting that 74% of drivers believe themselves to be above average appears reputable, having come from a short 2003 article in the Journal of Safety Research. After this, however, things become more questionable. The idea that 60 million people were killed on the road in the 20th century and the comparison to World War II is lifted straight from Wikipedia. Wikipedia in turn cites an infographic produced by Information is Beautiful in 2012 to accompany an exhibition at the Wellcome Collection in London. The infographic's creators acknowledged at the time that there may be some inevitable double counting, broad estimations and ballpark figures. And consulting the spreadsheet which details the origins of each statistic, one finds road traffic accidents to be one of those causes of death for which no source is cited. This therefore appears to be a cautionary tale about relying too heavily on Wikipedia. Whilst it might reveal a slight lack of research rigour, however, whether the 60 million deaths figure is verifiable or not doesn't really affect the meat of the video's argument. People dying is tragic no matter the quantity. The more important figure that respect is the claim that 94% of driving accidents are the result of human error. This statistic was included in Waymo's briefing to the 5 creators it recruited as part of this PR campaign, but has also previously been used by Mueller to make the case for self-driving cars, in a video released in 2017, sponsored by BMW. Unfortunately, when we actually read the report which the figure is taken from, we find Mueller and Waymo's weaponization of it to support the rollout of driverless cars to once again be a gross misrepresentation. The statistic is drawn from a 2-page document released by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration in February 2015. Drawing on a body of data surrounding car crashes gathered 8 years previously, the data sheet does indeed state that the critical reason for a crash was assigned to drivers in an estimated 2,046,000 crashes that comprised 94% of crashes at the national level. The following sentence, however, continues that in none of these cases was the assignment intended to blame the driver for causing the crash. This may seem confusing or contradictory at first, but Phil Koopman, an associate professor at Carnegie Mellon University who specialises in self-driving car safety, explains it well in a 2018 blog post. See, labelling the driver as the critical reason for a car crash does not necessarily mean that the crash took place due to negligence or malice. Instead, the critical reason for an accident is akin to the final point of failure leading up to the crash. Say, for example, someone is driving perfectly diligently along a rural road when they unknowingly pass a stop sign, which has been concealed by an overgrown bush. When they reach the upcoming crossroads, the road markings have also deteriorated to the point where the driver understandably believes it to be their right of way. They therefore continue straight ahead without stopping, at which point they collide with another vehicle. Now, if we wanted to assign blame for this crash, we'd probably say that it was the fault of whichever authority or body is in charge of trimming the hedge and maintaining the road markings. Nevertheless, the condition for assigning the critical reason in the NHTSA study was such that as long as there was some possibility that the driver could have seen the other vehicle approaching their side and reacted to avoid the crash, the driver was still marked down as the critical reason for the incident. In short, while the 94% figure does include some people who were drunk driving or asleep at the wheel, it also includes people whose sole failing was not quite being able to react sufficiently after suddenly finding themselves in a difficult and dangerous scenario. The overtone of this section of the Veritasium video is clear, that greater adoption of driverless cars has the potential to reduce the number of road accidents in the United States by up to 94%.
Most of these errors are impossible for a machine to make. But if you have a vehicle that has, LiDAR and radar and 29 cameras, you're just not going to hit them.
It's also heavy on emotional manipulation.
Every year, when people are backing out of driveways or parking spaces, in the US, up to 200 people are killed, and it's frequently older people or children, the children of the drivers.
The problem is that the adoption of driverless cars wouldn't be a solution in anywhere close to all of these cases. In our example of the neglected crossroads, an overgrown hedge and lack of road markings would be just as much of a problem for an autonomous vehicle as it would be for a human being. From the heights of Mueller's misleading 94%, Koopman suggests that autonomous vehicles might be able to cut fatalities in half if we can achieve parity with an average well-behaved human driver. As we'll see in the following section, that's still a big if, with driverless cars far less capable than Waymo and Mueller imply. Furthermore, none of this takes into account the new risks and dangers that would undoubtedly accompany greater use of autonomous vehicles. In this section then, we again find a refusal to approach the topic at hand with the slightest degree of nuance. A non-sponsored video about driverless cars could have featured a really interesting conversation about what problems autonomous vehicles will solve and those they won't. Instead, Veritasium chooses sensationalism and misrepresentation. Of course, there's a chance that the misrepresented statistics in this section are largely the result of confirmation bias, of stumbling across a figure that supports the argument that Waymo has asked Veritasium to make, and simply not questioning it, rather than an active decision to leave out information that complicates their position. When it comes to the video's highly selective explanation of how the Waymo vehicles work, however, such excuses begin to seem much less conceivable. For a video which is attempting to convince us that driverless cars are a safe and reliable technology, Veritasium's video is pretty light on technical explanation. In fact, it's not until 9 minutes and 16 seconds in that we're provided with any kind of overview of how Waymo's vehicles actually work. At this point, Muller gives us a brief tour of some of the systems through which the cars monitor their surroundings. We learn about the LiDAR system.
Here in the very prominent top, there is a 360 LiDAR. So it can see all around the car, it can see...
We learn about its use of cameras.
There are 29 cameras around this vehicle, which gives you full 360 vision.
We also learn how it deals with emergency vehicles.
There is also a microphone up on top to listen to what's happening in the environment, and if there are sirens, then the car will pull over to the side of the road.
And then, well, that's it. As Waymo and Veritasium see it, that is all the information that one needs to understand how these cars work. And as you can perhaps tell from my tone, that is not true. You see, one goal of this video is to convince us that if it wasn't for technophobic politicians, negativistic NIMBYs and red tape-loving bureaucrats, you would be able to hire a Waymo taxi in major cities across the US. And for that argument to be truly convincing, we have to believe that if those cultural and political hurdles could be overcome, you could drop a Waymo car in New York or Tampa or Detroit or Denver, and it would just work. As such, in his technical rundown, Muller suggests that the vehicles operate by simply monitoring the environment around them and making decisions based on what they find.
The way the LiDAR works is it shoots out invisible laser beams scanning around millions of times a second, and then it detects the reflection, and how long it takes to come back allows you to determine how far it is to that object. So what it's doing is like painting a 3D picture of the world.
This is certainly one very important aspect of how Waymo's vehicles work. The LiDAR and other sensors allow the cars to identify other vehicles, pedestrians, the colour of traffic lights, and other live aspects of a driving situation. Yet, what Muller completely fails to mention is that the cars also require highly detailed maps to be prepared for any area that they want to operate in. As Waymo themselves describe it in their safety report, before our cars drive in any location, our team builds our own detailed, three-dimensional maps that highlight information such as road profiles, curbs and sidewalks, lane markers, crosswalks, traffic lights, stop signs, and other road features. Rather than rely on GPS, the Waymo driver cross-references our pre-built maps with real-time sensor data to precisely determine their location on the road. In a similar mode to the earlier misrepresentation of Autoland systems then, what we find here is an inflation of the capabilities of Waymo's vehicles, whilst also refusing to mention significant human involvement in building, processing and verifying intricate and diligently labelled scans of every street the car will drive down. And this is before we even begin to take into account the team which monitor any Waymo journeys which are currently taking place, or the support teams which roam the city prepared to spring into action when things go awry. Without wanting to preempt my conclusion too much, we have here a perfect example of why we should be sceptical of supposedly educational creators handing over their platforms to companies like Waymo, where a non-sponsored video might have given us a complete and balanced insight into how Waymo's vehicles work. Veritasium's deal with the company sees them leaving out vital information in order to make their sponsor look good. Geographical limitations, and a failure to mention them, again become relevant in the penultimate section of the video. Prior to this, there is another vlog section featuring the hilarious car park incident mentioned earlier, and a discussion of the ethical questions surrounding whose life a driverless car should choose to save should a vehicle find itself forced to make a choice between hitting two people. Mueller's argument here is incredibly weak, consisting of him just trying to reassure us that such events are rare and that we therefore shouldn't lose too much sleep over it.
The reality is that 99% of accidents aren't like that.
I hope it's sufficient to say in response that rare things still happen. In 2015, The Economist reported that the odds of an aeroplane crashing were 1 in 5.4 million. But as a society, we still dedicate significant resources to try to stop that from happening. Where geography once again becomes an issue is when Mueller returns to trying to convince us that Waymo software is, to borrow the phrase the company loves so much they've trademarked, the world's most experienced driver. He does so partly through continuing his cringe-worthingly softball interview with the head of Waymo's ride-hailing operations. Perhaps the lowest moment in this interview sees Mueller make the following suggestion.
If that's true, it means like every vehicle that's not on the road is kind of a worse situation? Do you know what I mean?
But he also throws a couple more statistics at us.
These vehicles have way more experience than any human driver because they've now accumulated data over 20 million miles of driving on public roads. If you were an average driver, you'd have to drive for 1,000 years to accumulate that sort of experience.
Waymo loves to quote this statistic in their promotional literature. What they seem less keen to reveal is exactly where these 20 million miles of driving took place. For throughout the Veritasium video, Mueller simply refuses to mention that the reason that he filmed this video in the suburbs of Phoenix, Arizona, is because that's the only place in the world where Waymo's taxi service operates. While in August 2021, the company began testing in San Francisco, a human safety driver is behind the wheel in every vehicle, and prospective passengers are forced to sign a non-disclosure agreement. That's not to say that the vehicles have only driven in these two cities. The Waymo safety report claims that the cars have driven in more than 25 cities across 10 US states. Nevertheless, the proportion of those 10 million miles that have been driven in different places is highly significant. See, as Mahmoud Hikmet highlights in one of his videos about Waymo, the primary reason that the company is seeking to introduce its vehicles to new cities at the moment is because new environments bring new challenges.
These vehicles are under a test and they're going to fail, they're going to run into edge cases. Some of them might seem really, really obvious, but it's really hard to account for all of those edge cases during initial testing. So what Waymo are hoping to achieve here in this public rollout is they're hoping to run into more of these edge cases.
In short, letting the car drive up and down the same roads again and again eventually has diminishing returns. It might be amazing at driving on those particular roads, but still terrible elsewhere. We see this with Waymo's vehicles in relation to the weather. Phoenix has pretty favourable conditions for driving. It is generally clear and bright. The safety report does stress that the vehicles have been tested in other conditions, from sunny Phoenix, Arizona, to rainy Kirkland, Washington, across the snowy Upper Peninsula of Michigan, through Death Valley heat, and in foggy San Francisco. Nevertheless, it would seem the company is still not entirely confident in the vehicle's ability to operate in all weathers. A 2019 blog post by the company's chief safety officer revealed that Waymo's taxis are designed to come to a safe stop under certain bad weather conditions, and a Morning Brew article from July 2021 highlighted that certain conditions for the reintroduction of safety drivers behind the wheel. As with the statistics suggesting that 94% of accidents are the result of driver error, then, while the 20 million mile figure might appear to be a slam dunk in favour of allowing Waymo carte blanche to launch a taxi service in every city in the world, the truth is far more complicated. And, as we've come to expect from Veritasium in this video, none of those crucial questions are asked. Instead, as in the case of Waymo vehicles requiring highly detailed, human-verified maps of any roads that they drive on, and that of the taxis being geofenced into a small area of Phoenix, the sponsorship deal with Waymo ensures that the video declines the opportunity to properly educate us about this technology in favour of leaving out any information which shows the company's vehicles to be anything less than perfect. Perhaps the most frustrating thing about the multitude of omissions and misrepresentations contained within this video is that admitting that the technology still has limits wouldn't make it much less impressive. While Mueller hams up his enjoyment of being in the Waymo vehicle a bit, I can't imagine it would be anything but really, really cool to ride in one of these cars. They are an impressive feat of engineering. That being said, Mueller rounds his video up by predicting some of the ways in which driverless cars might change the world.
Transportation will get cheaper. Think of all the wasted value in the cars that spend over 95% of their time parked. We can regain a bunch of time and feel happier because commuting and being stuck in traffic sucks. We can reduce traffic because vehicles will have better awareness of each other.
As I bring this video to a close, as well as wrapping up my points about the devastating effect corporate sponsorships have the potential to have on educational YouTube, I want to ask a few questions about whether driverless cars would really have the impact that Mueller claims, or whether there might be better alternatives to these problems already in existence. Throughout the videos sponsored by Waymo as part of their PR campaign, but particularly those by Veritasium, Snazzy Labs and Jason Silver, there's an interesting assumption which goes completely unacknowledged. It's the assumption that self-driving cars are the future of transport, with the only uncertainty being when they will become a viable option for replacing human-driven cars as the dominant mode of transit in the global north. In his 2018 book, Winners Take All, Anand Giridharadas suggests that in recent years, technology companies have often used the circulation of such limited visions of the future as a key rhetorical tactic. He writes that, in Silicon Valley, prediction has become a popular way of fighting for a particular future while claiming merely to be describing what has yet to occur. The advantages of doing so are evident throughout this Veritasium video. By painting driverless cars as the only and inevitable future, you can portray anyone who is even mildly skeptical as simply a ratchety old fuddy-duddy who is standing in the way of progress. Even assuming that the present flaws in autonomous vehicle technology can be ironed out, and there is nothing to say that they can't be, it's highly unlikely that they would solve many of the problems that Mueller suggests they would. The idea that driverless cars would reduce congestion is a complete non-starter. Assuming people otherwise maintain the same habits, a car driven by a machine takes up the same amount of road space as one driven by a person. The suggestion that we could reclaim the wasted value residing in the 95% of time that the average car spends parked is another excellent example of lying with statistics. It ignores the fact that much of that 95% is the night time, or the middle of the day when people are working. For lots of people, the 5% of the time in which they need their cars is the same 5% of the time that everyone else is using their cars. Finally, whether autonomous cars would make getting around cheaper is just complete guesswork. Whilst the lack of a driver might reduce costs for taxi companies such as Waymo, there's nothing to say that they would pass those savings on to customers. The argument that Veritasium makes for driverless cars here is then pretty poor. If we take off the Waymo-sponsored blinkers which consider autonomous vehicles to be the only possible future of transportation for a moment, however, we find that the problems highlighted make a fantastic argument for another solution. Public transport. These problems of congestion, of the wasted value, both of the time that people spend driving and of everyone having their own personal vehicle that they only use 5% of the time, and finally of cost, These are all problems which would be much better addressed by well-funded, publicly owned, integrated mass transit systems. The vehicles could even be autonomous if you really want them to be. That I couldn't find a single sponsored video similar to those paid for by Waymo, but making the case for the introduction of more usable public transport points us towards the larger problem that the existence of videos like this one by Veritasium highlights. On the one hand, what we have here is simply a bad educational video. At every opportunity, Veritasium chooses paid for by Waymo, but making the case for the introduction of more usable public transport points us towards the larger problem that the existence of videos like this one by Veritasium highlights. On the one hand, what we have here is simply a bad educational video. At every opportunity, Veritasium chooses making Waymo look good over actually teaching us anything useful about driverless cars. In fact, in its multitude of misrepresentations and omissions of vital details, I think it's more than fair to call this misinformation. As I said at the very beginning of this video, it is a perfect example of why we should be highly skeptical of creators who are willing to hand over their platforms to corporate sponsors in this way. Nevertheless, it's also worth thinking about what effect these practices, particularly by supposedly educational channels, might have on our public discourse more broadly. Rightly or wrongly, YouTube has become a platform to which people flock, not only for entertainment, but for education, and to seek out potential responses to the various social and political challenges facing our world. As is the case with this set of videos sponsored by Waymo, companies, corporate lobby groups and billionaires are increasingly using sponsorship deals to ensure that the answers that people find on the platform are amenable to their interests. Actual solutions which serve everyone, such as in this case public transport, tend not to have anyone willing to bankroll sponsored videos on their behalf. We might not be able to change that, but we can at least become attuned to recognising and critiquing these corporate propaganda pieces. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope it's been worthy of your time. If you've got anything out of it at all, then I'd be incredibly grateful if you consider sharing it with a friend, either online or off, who you think might also get something out of it. Thank you as ever to Richard, Sindri Nilsson, Kaya Lau, David Brothers, Max DeVos, Alan Gann, Luke Meyer, Gary, Dylan Gordon, Dickon Spain, Greg Miller, Bill Mitchell, Al Zweigart, ZC Reese, Brent Cottle, Shab Kumar, Anil, Alexander Blank, Neil Zabildgaard, Sophia R, President Dwayne Elizondo Mountain Dew Herbert Camacho, Sergio Suarez, 2Bro2B, Teddy Zamborski, and Alexandra McGuinness Wartendike for being signed up to the top tier of my Patreon. If you'd like to join them in getting early access to videos, copies of the scripts to them, and more, then you can find out how to do so at patreon.com/Tom Nichols. Thank you once again for watching, and have a great week.
Hey there, I'm Mr. Terry, a high school history teacher. Welcome back to another History Teacher Reacts video. Alright, today's topic is going to be on common slavery myths. And the video I wanted to check out and comment on is going to be coming from the Cynical Historian, which is actually my first time reacting to his channel, even though I've known him for a long time now. And his video is simply called 10 Common Slavery Myths. The slavery trade is something I've always very much been interested in, and learning about it, not just from like the Atlantic slave trade position, but really the whole history of it and how it has been done in different places of the world at different times. And there's a good chance that there is a slavery myth that you probably believe in. So we're going to be checking out the Cynical Historian's video on this, and I'm going to be adding my stuff as always. All right, please support this original creator. He's a great friend of the community. The video link is going to be down below. Make sure you're supporting that, and make sure you're subbing to Cynical Historian. He also just wrapped up his PhD. Congrats on that, buddy. All right, let's get to it. Okay, another thing I'd like to know in the comments is, are any of these myths that are going to be talked about, are these things that you've seen in your classrooms before? Those are definitely things I'm interested in as a teacher, to make sure, you know, those myths don't keep getting regurgitated. It's an old-timey video.
Hey, Cypher here. There are a lot of misconceptions surrounding the institution of slavery, especially here in the United States. These myths often serve pernicious political purposes that can be highly detrimental to a proper conception of history. So here are...
Yes, 1,000 times yes. The history of slavery has been politicized so much by every point of view that it's naturally probably hard to keep track of it and know what's true or not.
10 of those myths debunked in no particular order. Since they aren't in a particular order, each one is fairly different from the other. So you should stick around.
Oh, okay, here they are. White slaves in America. America invented slavery. I hope nobody thinks that. The first slave owner in America was black. The Union fought end slavery. Fought to end slavery. The South seceded over states' rights. Lost cause theory, right? Few Southerners owned slaves. Factory workers were like slaves. Black soldiers fought for the Confederacy. Africans were captured by Europeans, and white people ended slavery. Okay.
Because the list goes all over the place. Just as an aside, I'm going to be focusing mostly on the US because this is where the myths serve their most malignant political purpose. If you are someone who is offended by these facts, check my sources. As per usual, they are in the description.
This is where he's very much an academic in his background, again, getting PhD and stuff, and it was fun. I got to be interviewed for one of his videos and stuff like that, and he was, you know, talking to me about his, you know, PhD and what he was researching. Awesome stuff there. So, all right, okay, first one: white slaves in America. Are we talking indentured servitude or what?
It is a common meme going around the internet. Anytime a Black Lives Matter issue comes up, I'll see people putting these up on Facebook. Well, these
Pause
are
my video if you want to see all these. I won't stop on all these memes up there.
all wrong. White slaves did exist, but not in the American colonies. Mostly on the Barbary Coast, where Muslim corsairs would capture and enslave whites. In the New World, the closest whites got to being enslaved was indentured servitude. Indentured servitude is a system in which one is forced to labor for a limited period of time. Sometimes there were cruel bosses, but there were many more laws protecting against cruel masters of indentured servants than slaves. And there was, in fact, a legal difference. Also, sometimes people were sentenced to indentured servitude for crimes they had committed. Their contracts could even be sold by owners. But generally, these contracts would only be for 5 to 20 years. Slavery, indentured servitude, was not. Some might call indentured servants sentenced to life slavery, but that would be like calling a modern prisoner sentenced to life a slave.
Yeah, especially if they'd entered into an agreement that did have a time frame on there. So one question would be, if you're asking yourself, why would somebody enter into indentured servitude? You know, one thing could be as the Americas were becoming more populated, and the British, speaking mostly to the British 13 colonies here, it was a very lucrative thing for people to come over. But you gotta understand that, like, not everybody can pause their life, like if you're in Europe, and have the money and the means to just hop on a ship over to North America and then find a piece of land and all that. It'd be very, very expensive. So, like, the first people coming over, you know, that especially want to invest in land, they're not poor people. So, like, the question would be then, what if you didn't have that startup money to move over and get land? One way to do that was to enter yourself in indentured servitude, right? So you are going to work for someone on some land, and then you contract yourself over to them. And then when that term is up, you may be able to get some land for yourself or something like that. It's kind of you're paying a debt, right? And you're working that off to eventually be a freed landowner, right? And the contracts can vary a lot depending on, you know, what you're going to get out of it. But largely, again, it was, you know, seen as a good investment in yourself. If you didn't have the means on your own to go and buy land, work off a debt to someone where then you can get land. And then you get your, you know, full freedom.
That's just weird. This myth tends to focus on the Irish, who did, in fact, suffer tremendously under English rule. Some could be said to have been put into serfdom, but that was in the old world. In the new one, the closest they came to slavery was indentured servitude, and it was generally voluntary, not coerced. Nor were they treated more brutally than black slaves.
There were also a lot of push factors for Ireland. I mean, later on, you also have things like the Irish potato famine, which was killing so many people in Ireland, and they had to flee, and they weren't going to go to Britain. America invented slavery. Okay, nobody thinks this, right?
The invention of slavery predates history itself. While it is generally incorrect to say that ancient Persian and Egyptian states practiced slavery, we know from their records that slavery existed in surrounding states. Furthermore, there is archaeological evidence that shows it was a common practice throughout the world.
And in a lot of societies. Persia was kind of, famous for that, of not using that type of labor. Which also gives great press in places like the Bible, where Persia comes in and for the Jews, and they get kind of liberated there and that kind of thing. But yeah,
nearly every place in the world had slavery at some point in its history or prehistory. Chattel slavery, as in the practice of hereditary race-based enslavement, was something that was practiced throughout the Middle East and Asian steppe for centuries prior to 1492. In fact,
chattel slavery, by the way, is where you are seen as actual property of the slave owner. You are their property, and that is not always the case for slavery. Sometimes you're not seen as property. A lot of times, again, in history, slaves are not even enslaved for their whole lives. In some cultures, the slaves actually assimilate into the culture and basically become like family members. A lot of different versions of slavery.
Much of Islamic states practiced it until the fall of the Ottoman Empire in 1918, and some well after that. The last African country to abolish slavery was Mauritania, and it happened in 1981, and it is still a problem for many countries. Several countries, especially Mauritania, still have prominent illegal and de facto slavery. Since the government is unwilling to enforce its mandates against slavery, many people still hold slaves today. European empires, such as the Greeks and Romans, had practiced slavery and were crucial to their economies.
You mentioned earlier about the Ottoman Empire. Ottoman Empire also had a kind of interesting policy for slavery too. In Islamic law, you could have slaves, but they can't be other Muslims. And the common thing for the Ottoman Empire was, one of them most famously was Christian boys, especially from the Balkan area, Serbia, that kind of area. So they were seen as legal in the legal sense of that. But then interestingly, like some of them, like the Janissaries, were taken from there, and then they were basically slaves, but they were also like pretty much like had the Christianity kind of brainwashed out of them, and then were basically forced to become Muslims, and also incredibly devout ones because they answered directly to the Sultan. Interesting story there, but yeah, but that's a kind of a policy for Islam, is not to enslave other Muslims.
The only real reason why they stopped was that the system of serfdom implemented after the Roman Empire made slavery kind of unnecessary for a while.
Serfs basically were slaves. I mean, they were bound to the land that they were to the land that they lived in. So I mean, yeah, serfs, kind of difference between a peasant and a serf. Serfs are maybe one step above slaves.
No black man was the first slave owner in America.
I'd heard that rumor, but
memes are apt to say. The person they're referring to was an Angolan indentured servant named Anthony Johnson, who in turn came to own indentured servant contracts after he earned his freedom. He even had the first written record of refusing to accept the end of an indentured contract, thereby making the man named John Kacer a legal slave. But there had been slaves in that colony since before the Kacer lawsuit in 1655. African slaves.
Could you see, though, how that thing could be politicized for people that probably really want to take more of a stance that, like, or they don't like the idea of, like, that it was, like, white people are, not just the sole bad guys. Kind of reminds me, I don't think that came up, and I did a video covering PragerU's video about slavery, and there was a lot of like apologetics, for like white Americans, and those are the type of things that you would see possibly pop up. That one though I don't remember that being in the video though with Candace Owens.
Slaves were sold in 1634 there, and I'm not referring to indentured servants either. I mean straight up slaves. This is normally meant to show that slavery in the New World was colorblind. But that doesn't show it in the slightest.
Not so much in the New World, though.
It had been racially based since the second voyage of Columbus. Spanish colonies had been practicing chattel slavery for over a century, including in Florida. It took a while for the racism to build up in the English colonies, but it did so, regardless of who owned the slaves.
The Union...
Just a sec. find out if Sundays are his usual streaming day.
Slavery in the New World was colorblind, but that doesn't show it in the slightest.
Not so much in the New World, though.
It had been racially based since the second voyage of Columbus. Spanish colonies had been practicing chattel slavery for over a century, including in Florida. It took a while for the racism to build up in the English colonies, but it did so, regardless of who owned the slaves.
The Union fought the Civil War to end slavery. It's a myth saying that's what it was about or was not about. It was keeping the Union together. I mean, let's be honest.
The Civil War was not initially fought to end slavery. Abraham Lincoln was very clear in 1862 by stating, "If I could save the Union without freeing any slave, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing all the slaves, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing some and leaving others alone, I would also do that."
A lot of people say where it really, because like you had these opinions, and you know, with Lincoln and his like campaigning for presidency in 1860, you know, he tried to be very clear about his policies about slavery. Like he was like, hey, if I become president, I'm not gonna ban slavery. Like slavery can exist where it is, right? He would say that thing and made multiple comments about, you know, he didn't necessarily believe that whites and blacks were, you know, equal in any kind of social sense too. And then you can see what he's saying here too, that, you know, the war, it wasn't really about that. But it does become a weapon though of his. And the big thing that you would look at for that, the evidence of that, would be the Emancipation Proclamation. And one of the effects of the Emancipation Proclamation, you know, when we look at it historically, is it's like that is really where slavery kind of makes its way up the chart, or makes its way up the list of reasons for, you know, the Civil War. And a lot of people say that's when you knew that that's what really this war was about.
The Emancipation Proclamation was not an easy decision
Sorry, I
on
didn't
his
mean to
part,
talk over him on
for
that.
there were slave states fighting for the Union. But it was
Right.
prompted by people like John C. Fremont declaring slaves emancipated under their own authority as military governors.
Yeah, did you know that? That, you know, not all slave states, especially it's interesting because it is very much like where the border ends up being of the Confederacy and the Union is those border states. Yeah, they hadn't seceded. And interesting of a thing about that is the Emancipation Proclamation didn't go into effect into states that were still part of the Union. It was only supposed to affect states in the Confederacy. And that's also where people are like, Lincoln isn't all in about slavery, because if he was worried about slavery, he would have, you know, freed all the slaves. Well, let's remember, too, it's not like the Emancipation Proclamation was presented to the southern states and they're like, oh, our slaves are free. They didn't feel they were, you know, part of the U.S. anymore. They didn't care. He still, I mean, and how we know it didn't really matter is he still fought the war.
It also gave a crucial purpose to the Union's fight, as people were becoming more and more disillusioned of the Civil War. Instead, the North fought to keep the Union intact. Ending secession was their chief motivation. Of course, the reason for secession in the first place is a bit different.
All right, the South seceded over states' rights.
Oh boy, is this a
You've all
thorny
heard
issue.
this.
I've done an entire episode on the causes of the Civil War, but it is absolutely undeniable that slavery was a chief motivation for secession.
Check
In
out
every
Atum Shea
document
videos, of
proclaiming
course.
secession, slavery is explicitly mentioned.
A lot of slavery in there, huh?
This is part of lost cause revisionism.
Ooh, Birth
They
of a
try to
Nation.
say that slavery was a minor factor. And that
Famous, now controversial film. One of the earliest popular films, and that blew people away to see this. It was what Woodrow Wilson said. He said this movie was, what was the quote? It's like writing history with lightning. Now it's a pro KKK video. They're like the heroes of it. And there's a lot of reasons, you know, that's one of the main things that people, a lot of the Wilson critics, you know, of course, like to bring up. But
the North had been trampling over the rights of the South as independent states. They bring up the 10th Amendment to the Constitution, which states
they
that
watched
any
it at the White
power
House, too.
expressed by the Constitution would instead be given to the states
People love
rather
to use
than the
10th
federal
Amendment for
government. They call out that there
everything
was a tremendous difference in culture and that tariffs were choking farmers. These were all factors for sure, but not the most important one. Lincoln being elected was, and the South's fear of his position on slavery made them secede.
that election's so interesting because you actually had a viable third candidate. When you have four candidates there, but like with Bell there, if the different political groups outside of Lincoln himself had come together, they would have won the vote. But the Southern Democrats split themselves because the Democratic Party was becoming very diverse because they were like pro-slavery, anti-slavery. Their platform was massive. So they split up on those issues, which ended up giving Lincoln, the win.
And the South's fear of his position on slavery made them secede. Everything else is peripheral to this one problem.
Lincoln didn't have
if
the
you want more on that, go watch the
over
episode
50%.
that I mentioned before.
He didn't have the majority of votes, technically. All right, few Southerners
In
owned
1860, the time of the last census before the Civil War, roughly 36% of freemen in the South owned slaves. That would seem insignificant since they were in the minority overall.
But they have
as
a
one
lot of them have a
article
lot of
pointed out,
slaves.
that is roughly
Some.
the same percentage of Americans with college degrees right now. It is not an insignificant number. Furthermore, the Southern social system was entirely dependent on their peculiar institution. So even if they were not slave owners, most were heavily entrenched in a way of life that was absolutely dependent on slavery.
Yeah, it's not like it was this quiet thing behind the curtain. So even if it was, if you considered 30% to be a low number, it does the impact of slavery on the South itself is way bigger than 30%. It's like he's saying here, it's everything. I mean, and the South truly believed that their entire economy would completely collapse, and probably would have. It would have taken a lot of transition out of that. Industrial revolution will help with that eventually. Factory workers were akin to slaves. Well, they weren't personal property.
I've heard this from actual graduate students. Hell, Karl Marx made a similar argument in Das Kapital. It's that tired Marxist terminology of wage slavery.
We haven't been paid in 2 weeks, and we want our wages.
Wages? You want to be wage slaves? Answer me that. No, of course not. But what
Wage
makes
slavery
wage
was
slaves?
fair
Wages.
argument.
I want you to be free.
But this is a false equivocation. As I pointed out in class back then, when one possesses different legal rights, it is impossible to say those same people are equal. Slaves had far less legal rights than white factory workers. In some states, they had no rights,
especially later on in the Industrial Revolution,
whatsoever. If a factory owner whipped their workers, they could be sued or even jailed for assault. As a side
Again,
myth
especially
busting,
later on.
Americans were far more likely to sue each other prior to World War I than ever since. Lawsuits were extraordinarily common in comparison to today. And that myth needs to go away because it is perpetrated by big businesses and benefits them only. Anyways, there were many business practices, such as chaining workers to their factory position, that were decidedly cruel. But that is nothing compared to what many slaves experienced. Now, it is also a myth that all slave owners were cruel and abusive. For many, slavery was not as unpleasant as movies like to make it out to be. After all, one had to keep slaves controlled, and love is often a far more potent force of coercion than fear. The various acts of rebellion that were prevalent throughout the history of slavery had to be curtailed somehow, and many masters were kind to their slaves. But the peculiar institution had a corrosive effect on anyone involved.
But it's like kindness to what purpose? Kindness to have a relationship with those slaves, kindness to keep them from revolting, or like true kindness and love for the person. You know what I mean? Because he's saying, you know, that kindness can be or love can be a good way to keep them in control. You wonder what if people that were, or slave owners that were doing that, to what purpose were they doing? All right, slave soldiers fought for the Confederacy.
It is true that there were slaves who were forced to work for the Confederacy.
One thing that was legal back then is you could get somebody to replace you. You got conscripted. You could have somebody could fight in your stead, and that could bring up this situation right here.
There is no record of slaves voluntarily working for the Confederacy, save for one particular instance. Towards the end of the Civil War, the Confederate Congress passed a bill that allowed for a slave regiment to be created. It was supposedly voluntary, but then again, so was their Conscription Act. And conscription, by no stretch of the definition, can be defined as voluntary.
Yeah, if you're rich, you're going to be able to get out of the war.
In either case, the regiment that was created never saw action, and was a divisive issue for the Confederates in general.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to want to fight with them. Africans were captured by Europeans. Some were, yes, but majority were not.
The Colombian slave trade was created by Europeans, and the place that they received slaves was in West Africa. But unlike what is commonly conceived, they did not just go raiding inland with nets to grab up unsuspecting tribesmen. The African slave trade was predicated on Africans selling other Africans.
Now, at the beginning in the early part of the slave trade, you want to go as far back as like 1400s. Where Portugal was the first to really kind of start doing this for Europeans in this era. That was happening at first. But then, obviously, like for Portugal, was not this massive inland power. They didn't have the means to go and have high success rates of going into an African nation. And these were mighty nations and actually enslaving people. But yeah, found out far more profitable, actually, and efficient to buy the slaves from African or African kingdoms that could do that on their own part. They could get captives and then sell them. So
there was a system already in place before Columbus arrived to take the first slaves to the New World in 1498. Like most slave institutions, it was created by capturing prisoners during warfare. Europeans had no need to kidnap Africans, like they show in movies all the time. Africans were already doing that for them. They developed...
The Africans have been enslaving each other before that, long before that. In fact, the Islamic trade, the Indian Ocean, there was a slave trade in the Indian Ocean where, Islamic slave traders were doing this. What the Europeans did largely is entered into an already existing system. And not just because of the Islamic slave trade, because they're going in West Africa, where a lot of that Indian Ocean slave trade network was happening in East Africa, but Africans also enslaved other Africans in West Africa before this.
Developed an entire economy around that trade. This devastated Western Africa, which has yet to recover from the economic circumstances imposed by the transatlantic slave trade. That doesn't vindicate Europeans for their slave trading, of course. You
know, one of the effects, interestingly, is because slave traders were more interested in men, like men as slaves. I think like 2/3, I forget the exact number, about were men. That actually really screwed up the gender ratios in Africa, where there were more women than men, and that affected like marriages as well. So you could marry, because there's more, women than men, men could, have more wives if you didn't get enslaved.
Wrongs don't make a right, let alone how Europeans would encourage the trade through their economic incentives and political maneuvering in Africa. It was a lucrative business after all. It just means that Africans were active participants in the trade and not only victims of it.
It's both. White people ended slavery. This is one of the interesting ones. This was one of the arguments that came up in that PragerU video with Candace Owens. They were saying, again, it was apologetics. They're like, yeah, the British had this empire and had all these slaves and stuff, but they were also like the first of the European powers to ban it. Like that cancels it out.
Well, slavery is still an ongoing issue. Many countries throughout the world have clear slavery, and not just coerced labor like Chinese factory workers. I mean, chattel slavery still exists.
We weren't allowed to be reporting on slavery. It's a practice the government tries to hide from outsiders. But as we would find, slavery is everywhere in Mauritania, if you know where to look.
It is illegal worldwide, but practiced anyways in a number of countries, so slavery has not ended. Furthermore, abolishment of slavery was not an invention of white people.
Not an invention
the Qing
at all.
dynasty were the first recorded abolitionists. They are the reason why we call that country China.
China, 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 China,
China,
China, China, China, China now.
And the first Chinese emperor was an abolitionist. Slavery fluctuated.
And that dude was brutal. Qin Shi Huangdi, absolutely brutal. But yeah, abolished it. That's amazing.
Throughout world history. The idea that slavery is inherently wrong does not originate in Europe, nor is it particularly unique there. Right. Abolition was also motivated by slave revolts. Slaves were not just docile servants, but often actively opposed their own enslavement. Slave revolts happened throughout the modern period, one of which culminated in the liberation of Haiti, long before most European countries abolished slavery. Yeah. Even when they were forced into the most wretched conditions possible aboard ship on the Middle Passage, there were around 250 shipboard slave revolts. It was such a problem that slave ships often had barricades to defend themselves against such revolts. There's also a kind of disgusting side to claiming that whites freed the slaves. For how wonderful it is that the captors freed the captives. How nice of them to just decide on their own volition to stop oppressing people.
Let's also remember that some of the times, or the instances where slavery was abolished, was also a time where slaves were becoming less important as well, especially as the Industrial Revolution was growing.
This is a particularly pernicious myth, because it makes slaves objects rather than actors in their own right, as well as completely forgetting the Western powers were particularly egregious when it came to the abolition of slavery. All of these myths need to be stopped.
All right, final thoughts, and I want your thoughts. Okay, great video. I think these types of videos where you address common misconceptions are probably among the most important video content and content that can come out about history, because there are so many of them, so many of them. And if you're somebody that's watching videos like this, I already know, just based on if you're actually using your YouTube time to watch videos like this, that, you know, you probably believe that too. And I think the slavery one is a great one to look at for this. So I did ask you all at the beginning of the video, or if any of these myths were things you vividly remember being taught. Not just saying, just kind of you've heard of it, but like actively remember it being taught. Interested to know what you're hearing in your schools, right? So of course, as a teacher, you know, my job is always to try to know, you know, what is most likely true and most likely untrue. So I think us as educators, it's very, very important for us to do that. Even if there's backlash, you know, which can happen as a history teacher, teaching things that again might be a common misconception, and because of that, people may view that, you know, like we're lying or something like that. So we're all a part of this, though. As learners, as teachers, we're all a part and need to be a part of, you know, breaking apart myths. Anyway, so this was fantastic. Great job by Cypher over with Cynical Historian. This is one of his more popular videos. But again, very good, very academic content coming from him as someone coming through academia. And if you like that, and I hope you do, the scholarly backing, then make sure you're subbing over there. I know you won't regret it. All right, with that, thanks again for hanging out. We'll see you later. Bye.
You may have a few days, weeks, or even months where you are all in on the radical acceptance, and then bam, there'll be a trigger, a phone call, an email, or even just seeing an old picture, and the sadness washes back. Something that recently came up and something I was witnessing, which is how narcissistic people almost set up a gaslight situation so you walk right into it. How do they set that gaslighted trap? Let's talk about that. So gaslighting is usually reactive, right? So as an example, give you a silly example. You ask them, hey, why did you move the keys? They say, I didn't move the keys. You know they moved the keys. You even heard them move the keys. You say, I heard you move the keys, and dude, it's even on the camera. And then they tell you, hey, you know what the problem is? I didn't move the keys, but you're paranoid, and you want us all to live in a surveillance state. Or you say, hey, my friend saw you at the XYZ bar last night having a drink with that woman from the gym. They say, there's no way your friend saw it because it never happened. But I will say that I do not appreciate you asking your friends to spy on me because you have all these messed up trust issues from your weird mother. Okay? Classic gaslighting example. So gaslighting, again, tends to be in response to something you say, and it's a way to doubt reality, paint you as impaired, leave you questioning yourself, and slowly silencing you. But I think that I know that there's a gaslighting maneuver that a lot of people are not aware of. They actually set you up. They get you right where they need you to gaslight you. So for example, a gaslighter may start a conversation with something like, okay, so this may be a difficult conversation since women do tend to be so emotional and angry, and you in particular are really emotional and angry, and you are not able to handle feedback. Or they might start with, you know, this is going to be interesting to talk about because people from your ethnic group can be a bit feisty. So this sort of biased pre-gaslight usually involves a biased statement, and the bias is about whatever group you are a part of, gender, ethnicity, age, sexual orientation, whatever it may be. The normal desire is to say, hey, whoa, what the hell? You are assuming all women are angry and emotional? What are you, from the Dark Ages? Who says that? Like, what the actual? And you may be appropriately angry or showing emotion or being, as they quote-unquote put it, feisty. Then they sort of sit back with a look of derision and contempt and sort of that I told you so face on them and say, see, told you so, you are emotional. So they literally set the gaslight up like a trap, like a snare. And many people will walk into it. Now, in most cases, this kind of gaslight setup will not fly in the workplace, though it once did. You likely have a case, especially if it was in writing or someone else witnessed it or it was recorded. Probably not much will happen in the workplace if you don't have that evidence. However, this gaslight setup, when it happens in family relationships or intimate relationships, forget it. There is no human resource department in a family or a relationship. That whole setup feels terrible because it feels like a gotcha. They set you up, right? You have the appropriate reaction to someone sort of writing you off in a biased way, and then that plays into their stereotype. And at that point, anything you try to say to make your point will be treated as more of your emotionality or whatever it is that they are accusing you of, bolstering their already twisted kind of argument. And when I have worked with clients who have endured this, after the original reaction they have, anger, emotion, whatever it may be, they may then later on say, oh, I feel like I overreacted. So not only were you set up in a bias, bait, gaslight gambit, but then you fall into a self-gaslight. So it's a lot of feeling upside down and confused. Whatever your typical reaction is, they will set the gaslight up that way. Because not everyone will have a strong emotional reaction because of past histories of how they respond to these kinds of interpersonally abusive or even sort of narcissistically abusive situations. Some people, for example, may freeze. So it may simply be that once the gaslighter learns this about you, that you don't actually react in that way, they may take another approach. So then they might hit you with like, oh, people from your ethnic group do tend to clam up and don't really show any emotions, or women are meek, they just don't know how to fight, or guys just don't have emotional worlds that they can express. So if your tendency when someone hits you with this biased BS is to shut down, once again they shrug and say, see? And they may even level up with more cruelty, saying more and more awful things to get you to respond. And when you don't, they may say, oh, see, told you. You never show your emotions. Nothing gets you going. After that, you may self-gaslight yourself and say, there must be something wrong with me. I can't even think of the right thing to say when I'm being attacked. I am so weak and meek and passive. In essence, mirroring what they set you up in, that kind of thing. Boom, gaslight. So what the hell are you supposed to do in these circumstances? You already know the answer to this. Don't engage. Recognize the game that they are playing and do not give them the satisfaction. It's baiting, obviously, but it's a unique spot where the baiting meets gaslighting. They are trying to lure you in. This only works if you take the bait. But you may be thinking, well, their bait is people like you always just walk away. I guess you're just passive aggressive. So you may feel like you can't win because they've already set it up around your response and pathologized your response. You can give a sort of basic answer. Calmly say, I guess we believe what we believe. I don't agree, and let's just leave it at that. They will still contemptuously poke at you, but at some point they look foolish and no different than an insecure schoolyard bully. The key is that you understand their game and not fall into the self-gaslighting that maintains and keeps you in this toxic cycle. The challenge is you know who you are and recognize that they are just airing not only their biases, but their need to dominate. If you don't respond, even if they pathologize you're not responding, recognize that your non-response, your non-engagement is the ultimate rejection. And that is actually the best way to stick it back to someone with this kind of personality pattern. Gaslighting works because we have internalized the biases of the world. The existing biases that make stereotyped assumptions about gender or ethnicity or nationality or political views. We live in a world that holds those. So it's easy to internalize them and wonder if in fact we do have a problem. Engaging with a baiter or gaslighter is pointless. It's like trying to turn a scorpion into a pet. And like the old yarn goes about pigs and mud, as the old yarn goes about pigs and mud, you get dirty and the pig likes it. So come up with a calm response and then to the best you can let it go. Nothing shuts a gaslighter down faster than a well-regulated person who won't engage. But be aware of this dynamic, and when you see it coming, you can smile to yourself and see their game, so you don't gaslight yourself. Well, let's take on this proverb. He who sups with the devil should have a long spoon. Now, again, like I said, more and more of the proverbs are being sent in by all of you, and you know how what I love about the proverb series is some of them are on point, some of them are actually bad guidance. This one happens to be on point. This line about long spoons and devils originated from Chaucer's Canterbury Tales. I guess Chaucer knew something about boundaries, because that's really what this is about. The meaning of this proverb is pretty clear. If you're going to fraternize and spend time with bad people, you want to be able to keep your distance and not get too close. So really, it's about boundaries and realistic expectations. It begs the question of whether a person can keep narcissistic people in their lives by just keeping them at a distance. And I would argue that the answer to that question is yes. Now, as an exercise, I want you to take a minute, pause this video, and jot down a list of the narcissistic people in your life. Think about how many of these where you might actually be able to have a mildly functional relationship if you just don't have to rely on them. You can just get what you need and get out and don't personalize what they say and do. Obviously, a spouse or a partner or a friend may not qualify because you need them. But there are, in fact, other less impactful narcissistic people in your life. We all have them. I did this exercise, and I recognize that there are these kinds of narcissistic folks in my life where I can see what they are and what they are about and need them professionally or for some other reason, or it would disrupt other very important relationships in my life if I blew up the relationships with these narcissists. So I don't ever let them get too close to me. I never share anything with them about myself. I do not share my vulnerabilities with them. I get in, I get out, and it's done. So pause the video and make a note of those folks, and then you can restart and get to the rest of this video. Because that's the long spoon. There are too many narcissistic folks in the world out there for any of us to realistically live a narcissist-free life. Unless you are able to stay locked in your house with a nice pet and have a few friends and don't meet their friends and don't have to work or go to the store ever, then perhaps. But the rest of us are having to sometimes sup with the devil, and we need long spoons. The key is to identify the toxic patterns as early as possible. The earlier you identify them, the better you can start taking out your long spoon. You can keep it tight and then not spin off into something deeper with them. You can pay attention to any trauma-bonded patterns like justification or trying harder to win them over. You keep that long spoon with you at all times, so when you do have to sup with them, you can keep things in a way so they don't do harm through their invalidation and their gaslighting. Now, this comes in most handy in the workplace. The ability to sup with the devil using that long spoon may be the only way that people may survive most narcissistic workplaces. And I gotta tell you, I have yet to see a narcissist-free workplace in any place with more than a few employees. So it's about figuring out who the players are and how not to get burned, how to remain politic and get your needs met, but not get played. It does mean coming into situations in a rather cynical manner, having to assess people and situations and watch them carefully, and maybe shorten your spoon a little as trust is built, but you can do that cautiously. I find that when supping with the devil, that supping with a long spoon can work. Part of the trick is to avoid any optional conversation or activity, particularly in the workplace. The meeting is done, you don't get sucked into idle chit-chat. You don't fall into the gossip swamp. You don't share secrets on a business trip. You definitely avoid happy hour, and you keep it tight at workplace social events. Forgive my language here, but don't shit where you eat. Now, another place that supping with a long spoon comes in handy is when you meet friends of friends or partners or friends of a partner or friends of a family. You may like the friend or the partner or the family member, but they may bring you into proximity of some toxic people. Again, you always need to keep that long spoon and not fall for the idea like, well, I really love my friend, so their friend must be cool. Nope. In the narcissistic world we live in now, you have to be on your toes for a while until you slowly build trust. It's an exhausting way to live, but such is the world we live in. Because narcissism seems to be creeping into so many areas of our lives, we need tools to find a way to coexist with the toxic people in our midst. It's naive to think you can eliminate all of them. Things like boundaries, taking our time to get to know someone and not doubting our instincts, heeding the red flags, and obviously carrying long spoons. We can't live in a narcissist-free world, but we can find workarounds and ways of protecting ourselves, and always keep a few of those long spoons in your back pocket. If you're only going to watch one video on this channel, this is one worth watching. It is a simple technique that could actually help you in all of the narcissistic relationships you have, past, present, or future. Okay? So get out your pen, because this one is a keeper. Today am going to give you a simple way to remember how to deal with any kind of narcissist in any part of your life. Very simply, I'm going to tell you to go deep. Now, DEEP is an acronym, and it's a nice and intuitive acronym. Since narcissistic people are so superficial, it would seem that the antidote would be to go deep. Now, those of you who have been to my seminars and read what I've written and all of that, you've heard me talk about the concept of going deep ad nauseum. But if you have not, I wanted to make sure that everyone has this topic and this technique at easy reach. So let's break down what DEEP stands for, and then really break it down. The D stands for defend, the E stands for engage, the next E stands for explain, and that P stands for personalize. So simply put, if you have to deal with someone who is narcissistic, do not defend, engage, explain, or personalize. So let's go deep in understanding what this really means. First, don't defend. D. It's the most common mistake that people make in the face of narcissistic people. Now listen, when someone is accusing us of something we did not do, or is projecting their dysfunction on us, we want to defend ourselves. This is particularly pronounced when we are being gaslighted. It can be a sort of eternal circle of hell when a narcissistic person is gaslighting you about something, anything, and you defend yourself, and they double down, and you keep defending, and on and on. And you may be wondering, but listen, somebody is accusing me of something I didn't do. I want to defend myself. Defend away. But remember the cardinal rule of any narcissistic relationship. They aren't listening to you, and they don't really care what you have to say. So you're putting a lot of effort in and giving them lots of narcissistic supply when you keep defending yourself, especially if you start escalating and your volume goes up, and then the narcissistic person takes a certain amount of glee in being the one who keeps it together while you keep defending and defending. It's a waste of time and energy. You know what you did or didn't do. You know your intentions. They aren't listening to you, so don't defend or do any of that with them. A relationship with a narcissistic person is like living in an eternal kangaroo court. You are forever defending yourself against false charges with no due process. Second, don't explain. E. This is a riff on not defending. But since a relationship with a narcissistic person seems to be an eternal misunderstanding, mostly because their insecurity is being chronically triggered, because they are, and because they're not capable of self-reflective capacity, the fact is they'll take everything you say and put a really malevolent, mean-spirited twist on it. Basically, as a rule, narcissistic people think everyone is either out to get them or is envious of them. Now, a major challenge with narcissism is they hold firm to only their narrative and cannot make room for the possibility that other people have their own experiences and interpretations of events. Again, just like with when you defend, when you explain, you are talking to someone who is not listening, and you keep going down the same rabbit hole again and again. So many times a person wants the narcissistic person to just understand them. And if they could just understand them, it would be fine. Listen, they aren't listening to you, so don't explain. It's a waste of your psychological energy and really contributes to a sense of feeling as though you are losing any sense of control or even sanity in the world, because to explain, really put the time into explaining and really attempt to make your point and then have it ignored is extremely invalidating. Next, E, don't engage. Now this is actually just gray rocking, right? Not much comes out of really engaging with a narcissistic person, and by engaging, I mean sharing your opinions, being authentic, taking on difficult conversations, being vulnerable, talking about sensitive matters, offering feedback or a meaningful, mild critique. Don't do it. More often than not, if you engage, you will end up in gaslighting or invalidation or just general discomfort. I actually hate gray rocking because it saps people of their authenticity. And at best, it is an impoverished form of human contact. And yet, gray rocking is an essential survival tool if you have to maintain a relationship with a narcissist. This may be anything from co-parenting to a divorce that feels too difficult to take on, to a parent or person from your family of origin, to a boss in a workplace you cannot yet leave. In the long term, remaining in any kind of narcissistic relationship is not good for your health. Gray rocking is like driving on a spare tire. It's not meant for a long-term drive. If you find yourself having to gray rock in the long term, make sure you develop other sources of social support. This may be friends, support groups, therapy, because the emptiness and hollowness of a gray rocked world or primary relationships means that you need some places where you can have full and rich social interactions. Next is don't personalize. P for personalize. Now this is tough guidance because these relationships feel personal, and it is personal because you're hurt and you're having real emotional reactions. However, what I mean is don't personalize their behavior. You're not engaging in their behavior. You're not responsible for it. You aren't the one gaslighting. They are. You aren't the one minimizing. They are. You aren't the one behaving badly. They are. They may try to pitch it that their behavior is your fault, but as adults, we are responsible for our own behavior, tempting as it may be to foist our behavior onto other people. So when the narcissistic person is communicating in a way that feels dehumanizing, it is not because you are not enough. it's because they are treating you badly. Self-blame is such a universal part of narcissistic abuse. To not personalize means to steer clear of that self-blame. Emotional abuse is not okay. Never. So to review one more time, don't defend, don't explain, don't engage, and don't personalize deep. Keep that with you. When you find yourself getting sucked back into their vortex, remember it deep. And this is not just about verbal communication. It is about texting, email, any form of communication. Don't get into the ultra-long text messages or the multi-page emails where you defend, explain, etc. Don't personalize their hostile texts. Antagonistic communication is what they do, and a narcissist loves them a good text battle. Healthy people shouldn't like these. They're not good for you. But narcissistic people love the ability to use their electronic device as a weapon to attack someone with. Some of you are watching this and thinking that if I don't defend or explain, aren't I just being a doormat and letting them walk all over me? Listen, they already are walking all over you. This technique is just meant to decrease the duration of the walkover. Remember that so much of these narcissistic relationships are about baiting. They want you to defend and explain. They like when other people get worked up and agitated so they can calmly sit there and behave as though they are superior and sort of not being dramatic while you're explaining and defending more and more. If you can think of the deep technique as a way of not giving them narcissistic supply, then it feels less like you being a doormat and more like you not engaging with someone who treats you with disrespect. It can help to have other spaces in which to talk about the relational dynamics, so at least you can have a healthy sounding board. It just will not happen with a narcissistic person. So go deep so you can avoid the superficial shenanigans of a narcissistic relationship and keep yourself and your psychological bandwidth for far more important activities, endeavors, and people. I know you have done this before. I know you have. Let's say it's in the midst of a frustration with a toxic or difficult or high conflict or narcissistic person in your life. You do this after nothing you say is working. No matter what you try, nothing works. It always ends up with you getting it wrong, with you being manipulated, with you being gaslighted, or with you being raged at. What comes next? Out of sheer exasperation, you finally say, please just tell me. Please, I beg you, just tell me. Tell me what to say. Tell me how to say it. Tell me how to be, and I will do it. You want the arguments and the anger and all of it to end. You just can't figure it out. So you figure that you will just ask for the right answers to the text. Have you ever gotten to that point when you say, just tell me what to say? Drop a comment if you've ever gotten to this point. Now let's say you do this. The difficult person in your life will then say, I'm not doing that. It wouldn't be satisfying for me to know that you're reading a script. And at that point, you just want to put your head in your hands and cry. So you may be wondering, what the hell do they want? So, let's break this down. This phrase that many people find themselves saying, actually to me it tells me they're probably in a narcissistic relationship, but this phrase, just tell me what to say, tell me how to say it, tell me what to do. Again, a surefire sign that someone is in a narcissistic, toxic, or antagonistic relationship. It is, in many ways, a manifestation of the expectation of mind reading that so many people with narcissistic personalities have. If you really take mind reading back to a very primal space, it's really a throwback to infancy, isn't it? The baby, who doesn't know where they end and where their caregiver begins, the baby needs the caregiver, or wants the caregiver, to anticipate their needs for hunger, or comfort, or cold, or warmth. And when that doesn't happen, the infant sort of panics, cries, and if all goes well, the infant is responded to quickly, and the infant is soothed. Over time, the infant turns into a toddler, who turns into a child, who slowly learns how to communicate their needs, initially with gestures, and then with words, and then hopefully those needs get met, and then into an adolescent and an adult who can sometimes meet those needs themselves, and otherwise learns to communicate them. That's the healthy path. But around infancy into around toddlerhood, that's where the child learns that other people can't read their mind. Listen, it's a fortuitous coincidence when everything lines up and someone does just sort of meet your needs. But we have language for a reason. And the child learns, I need to ask for what I need, and hopefully their environment meets that need. But alas, the narcissistic person is forever stuck in infancy. Read my mind. Do it the way I need. Say it the way I need. Be who I want, when I want, as I want. But, as is the hypocrisy of the narcissistic relationship, they will then, don't expect me to be consistent, don't expect me to be there for you. Sometimes I will be, but usually I won't. That's how those relationships work. They resent that you cannot anticipate their needs. They're grandiose enough to think that people should anticipate their needs, and they are infantile enough to believe it can happen, and they are entitled enough to get mad when it doesn't happen. Obviously, this idea that somebody could read your mind and say things to you exactly the way you want is a deeply unreasonable and frankly unhealthy expectation in a relationship. This idea that, again, that you'd be able to read their mind, get it right, and say it, and do it, and be it exactly as they want at any given moment. Now, another key dynamic of the narcissistic relationship, baiting, also complicates this. Narcissistic people always want the fight. So you couldn't get it right if you tried. Most healthy people don't want a fight. Most narcissistic people do. So there's no right way at those times. All roads lead to the fight. The victimized element that characterizes most narcissism means that they are looking for the data to support their hypothesis that they are always going to be let down, because no matter what you do, they feel let down. Now remember that narcissistic people, all of them, they lack self-reflective capacity, and they lack insight into the motivations for their own behavior. Basically, they do not understand their own why. So they don't understand their need for mind reading. They don't understand their need pretty much for anything, but they go around and demand it. They walk around the world posturing as though they are well put together people. They think that they're functioning well in the world. But the contrast between the two, the utter lack of insight, but the acting as though they do have insight, means that the people who are closest to them are chronically frustrated. Yes, they want you to read their minds. Yes, their conscious mind recognizes it is not possible. No, they do not understand why they need you to read their mind. And because they lack insight and empathy, they get angry because the inadequacy in them gets activated. They know that they can't regulate themselves, and the more stressed and disappointed and frustrated and abandoned they feel, the more they expect people to read their minds. And you know, when it gets to this point, you know the rest of the story. So let's play this out. Over time, you get exhausted at not being able to communicate with your narcissistic partner because you don't want the fight. You literally wish they would hand you a script so you can say it just the way they want it, just so you can appease them. Keep in mind that this is how everyone deals with them. We are all guilty of enabling narcissistic people. Sometimes we are just too tired to try to be a communication coach or a fighter. We just need to get through the damn day. So we want the script so we can say it just the way they want it. Your conversations always end up with them being disappointed, with them always feeling let down, with them always feeling like you aren't doing it right, and then lashing out at you. You keep shifting strategies. And just as an FYI, that constant strategy shifting is a trauma-bonded state. You keep chasing the right way to do things, but there is no right way. And in trying to stay alive in these relationships, you keep trying new things to try to keep it work. But the problem is that they want different things at different times, and it can be impossible to anticipate their constantly shifting needs. Over time, you may seem more strained and anxious in your communication, and no surprise, they get annoyed about that too. They get annoyed that you are so tense and that you are so wide-eyed. Obviously you are, because you're constantly walking on eggshells and you don't know what's going to set them off. So does this happen to you in your narcissistic relationships? Please drop a comment and let me know of a time when you just didn't know what else you could do to make it right. Sort of a trick question, because I understand exactly why you want them to tell you what they want you to say. You figure if someone just gives you the answer key, then you can get an A on the test. But remember, they don't like that either. And that, to me, is a really fascinating part of narcissism and related personality styles. They don't like that people have to walk on eggshells around them and be solicitous and be oh so careful around them. Believe it or not, narcissistic people like to think of themselves as chill and easygoing when they are not. They don't like that they have to be handled. It brings up lots of shame in them. They just feel entitled to people doing things the way they want and being able to read their minds. So you asking for a cheat sheet on how to talk with them, that's not going to work for them. It is so maddening because it's basically a maze with no way out. For people who stay in these relationships or who opt not to leave these relationships or cannot leave these relationships, this wishing for a script for them to tell you what to say, it's a painful cycle. And one I actually really hope to end just by this video, because it's never going to work for you to ask for it. Remember, what is the central, or one of the central mantras of the narcissistic relationship? You can't win. You can't. You can't ask for a script. You can't even figure out how to say it because even they don't know the right answer. Obviously, you can't be a mind reader, but goodness knows that you've tried. So the entire relationship is a series of guesses. And some days you get lucky and you get it right, and more days than not, you don't get it right, because you can't always in life predict whether the coin is going to end up landing heads or tails. In fact, your odds of guessing a coin toss are better, since what are the odds of guessing a coin toss? 50-50. The odds of you getting it right with somebody who's narcissistic are probably lower than that. Life with a narcissistic person is like living in a cruel casino, where some days you may come out ahead, but on more days than not only are you not going to win, you find out that the games are rigged. So you can think this through inside. This idea, oh, I wish they'd just tell me what to say. Just tell me what to say. But be aware that the moment you feel the need to say this out loud to someone, just tell me what to say.
I lost.
Tell me how to say
I won.
it. Tell me who to be. Remember that you are now managing a toxic, difficult, and very likely a narcissistic relationship. If you say it that you wish they would tell you what to say, they're only going to get more angry at you. And you will then have to slide instead into the thickets of radical acceptance. This is what it is. This relationship's not going to change. It's not your fault. And as long as you're in this relationship, this is it. If you can find that way to radical acceptance, and I'm not saying it feels good, but if you can, you will be less surprised, perhaps less disappointed on the daily. Though I can't make the argument that you will be less exhausted or less mentally fatigued. These relationships are upsetting. That's it. Radical acceptance sucks, okay? It may be the answer to a lot, but it sucks. You know why? Because it's the end of the road. It's the end of hope. It's the end of the idea that today it's going to be better. This year it's going to be better. This is the year they're going to finally get it. They're going to finally see me. They're going to finally understand me. Everything's going to be okay. It was all a big misunderstanding, right? It's all going to be good. Nope. Radical acceptance pulls the plug on hope. It's the moment when you recognize it will not change. The situation will not change. This person is not going to change. It is amongst one of my top
speaking up again.
Pulls the plug, and this year it's going to be better. This is the year they're going to finally get it. They're going to finally see me. They're going to finally understand me. Everything's going to be okay. It was all a big misunderstanding, right? It's all going to be good. Nope. Radical acceptance pulls the plug on hope. It's the moment when you recognize it will not change. The situation will not change. This person is not going to change. It is amongst one of my top 5 recommendations for getting past and healing and from narcissistic abuse and to help people enduring narcissistic abuse. And frankly, I think it's the hardest step of all. I always tell people, like, listen, if you can get through the radical acceptance piece of this, you really are off to the races, because it's a big mental click. But I'm going to be honest with you, and I feel bad about this because I think I've oversimplified it, okay? So I want us to take a look at a much more robust and realistic model of radical acceptance. So let's start with step 1. Exactly what the heck are you talking about, radical acceptance? Some of you may be new to this channel, just in case, okay? Radical acceptance is that 100% no holds barred understanding that things are not going to change. There's no more, well, it might get better maybe after he retires. There's going to be no more, maybe this year it'll be better at Christmas. There's going to be no more, maybe once she meets the grandchild. There's going to be no more, once we hit the sales quota. There's going to be no more of that. No more, it's not going to change, okay? It's not going to change. Never, ever, ever. So is this the only option, you're wondering? What if you don't radically accept? What if you can't radically accept? And this is where the complexity really begins. Because radical acceptance is the most complex, simple concept out there. Okay? So I want you to think of radical acceptance. And now we're going to start with path number 1. In path number 1, you actually do radically accept. You get there. You accept the situation's never going to change, ever. This is it. This is how it is. This is how this person is. It's always been like this, toxic and cruel and painful and soul-crushing and invalidating. And sure, there might have been a few bright spots in there, but by and large, this was not good, and it is not going to change. If you take path 1, there are 2 things that happen. Let's start with the dark side. Let's get that out of the way. If you radically accept, you're going to get nailed with grief. Radical acceptance means grieving hope. It means grieving the relationship. It might mean grieving a childhood, grieving a marriage, grieving a family, grieving a career. It means saying goodbye to these things that matter to you and having to see a painful situation clearly. It can also mean loads of other negative emotions, including guilt, shame, fear.
these feelings are really uncomfortable.
I'm
You
tired
can no
after
longer
that.
hide in the shadows of denial when you radically accept. For some people, all of these different negative emotions you feel once you finally radically accept are so uncomfortable that they go back to saying, this is enough, I can't do this. And they go back to justifying their narcissist, and they go back to hoping that maybe things could change. But what about the bright side of radical acceptance? What's the bright side? Authenticity, clarity, honesty. It does kind of suck. It's like being in this beautiful warm bath and relaxing, and then bang, having cold water thrown in your face. You breathe and you feel the authenticity. You're like, I radically accept this. It's honest. My life is honest. And then boom, the grief comes at you again like a tidal wave. You may have a few days, weeks, or even months where you are all in on the radical acceptance, and then bam, there'll be a trigger, a phone call, an email, or even just seeing an old picture, and the sadness washes back in. Radical acceptance in no way it's definitely not unicorns and rainbows. It's painful. The fact is, healing and growth, especially from experiences like this, are painful experiences. If it was as simple as, hey, he isn't going to change, and you're like, got it, then I'd be out of a job, and this channel would have 1 subscriber, and all of you would be doing great, because you're like, this person is saying, oh, if you hold the cup up to your lips, the water comes out. I'll be telling you something easy, right? But radical acceptance isn't easy. Radical acceptance is a lifelong journey. And there will always be bad days for the rest of your life. But what about the other big pathway? What if you don't radically accept? You're like, no, I'm not doing this. You know what? I choose the path of denial. I believe in the goodness of people. I believe in hope, and I believe everyone can change. I 100% understand why you might want to do that. First, it's easier. You don't have to sit with these demons of grief, guilt, sadness, and shame. You can stay in the bubble and smile and address the holiday cards that make it all look like it's okay. And you might even convince yourself. And sure, you'll cry out the tough days and go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. A sort of Nietzsche eternal recurrence, but it beats seeing the whole situation clearly, right? However, if you don't embrace radical acceptance, it also is a lifetime of disappointment. It's heartbreak that comes regularly, it comes as regularly as the cycles of the moon. A part of you dies. You start becoming numb to different parts of life. You have to. Because to survive a narcissistic relationship day after day after day means down-regulating your feelings, or you will be ripped to shreds internally. And here is the irony.
You should get your money royale done early.
Pathway you choose, whether you radically accept or not, you end up in the same place. And that place is grief. And that's the agony of these relationships, is you grieve so much and so many different things. You grieve for yourself. You grieve the toll it might have taken on your children. You grieve the intergenerational cycles. You grieve the life you could have had if things had been different. You grieve the hopes that you gave up on. You grieve the childhood you never had. You grieve how hard it is for you to trust people. If you radically accept, you grieve it in a very real, in-your-face way. If you don't radically accept, You process painful daily losses every single day.
Wow,
because this is what narcissistically abusive relationships do to us. They rob us. And when we lose things, and when things are stolen from us,
come on,
we
give
grieve.
me enough to upgrade a gun.
I wanted to make this video because many people out there tell me that they do have trouble with radical acceptance. I recall once talking to a woman who said, no, 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 I refuse to do this la 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 la. She'd do that all the time. I refuse to believe my husband won't change. I refuse to believe it. It was painful to watch her get her hopes up, I don't know, worked up about summer vacations, about the hope that he would stay in bed and snuggle on a Saturday morning, or that he would look up from his laptop long enough to notice her haircut. She'd just keep waiting, and she waited, and she's still waiting. She contacts me about once every few months, often in tears. I guess the months I don't hear from her, she's living on hope. For her to radically accept is too overwhelming. And she is, in fact, making a choice to not do it. It is a choice. It is a choice to radically accept. But and my goal for you, is to make it an informed choice. I hope that this video clarifies how complex radical acceptance is, because it is. And it can take a lifetime to get there. And once you do, the clarity feels really good, and the grief feels really heavy. And that's the legacy of all of this. Nobody gets out of these situations unscathed. So for those of you who are wondering, gosh, this radical acceptance thing, I don't think I'm doing it right because it's really painful, you're doing it just right. It's like, no, regardless of the way you turn, it hurts. Thanks again for tuning in. Please share any stories you have about radical acceptance if you've got them. Did it work for you? Is it hard for you? Do you not want to do it? Drop them in the comments. And please join this channel. Subscribe. I'd love to have you be part of this community. Thanks again.
Hij. Zo vanaf het eerste gesprek dat we hem ontmoet hebben. Toen heeft hij al gezegd, ja, dit is zo mega, dit is zo super. Dit legt heel de computerwereld eigenlijk plat. Maar ja.
Today we have the anomaly that is the Sloat digital coding system, a more recent invention that's seemingly been lost to time. Had this program been finished, it would have revolutionized information transfer with an extremely efficient way of handling data. It's no surprise, then, that the system's disappearance after its creator's sudden death has spurred countless conspiracies, becoming somewhat of an urban legend in the tech world. With the story having so many variations, it can be difficult to know just what happened. So then, what exactly was the Sloat digital coding system? Jan Sloat was but a simple family man from the Netherlands when he opened a television repair shop in the late 1970s. Though he had little formal education, Jan had a knack for tinkering with electronics. Unfortunately, he wasn't as skilled at running a business, filing for bankruptcy in his first 5 years. Jan wasn't discouraged, though, and moved his family to the small city of Nieuwegein to restart his business in 1984. Here he began offering repair work on a new technology catching on: home computers. Always looking for new ways to innovate, Jan began designing a system called Repabase as a side project. This database would contain all relevant details about repair jobs nationwide for easy retrieval. As Jan was ironing out the logistics, he noticed low memory might be a setback. In navigating this, Jan's mind began toying with the broader concept of data storage. Jan's dedication to solving Repabase's storage issues wound up overtaking any meaningful work on the system. Though he never completed the Repabase project, he was now determined that highly efficient data storage could change the world. Roughly 11 years went by with Jan spending what little free time he had, furiously working on his theory in the attic of his family home. As it turns out, this wouldn't involve high compression so much as a craftier way of transmitting information. But Jan had run into problems beyond just technological limitations. His obsession bankrupted his business and left him severely in debt. Yet he continued to stake everything on a project that could make or break his family, and the pressure took a toll on the man's mental health. His son Ben recalls his father often falling asleep in the attic with a burnt-out cigar still in hand, though nothing on the computer screen. Jan was paranoid that his revolutionary idea could be stolen from him, even warning Ben to be careful with who he talked to. Now convinced that his brain was the safest place to store his work, Jan's notes would emit the critical source code needed to make his machines work. Jan's secrecy impeded another crucial part of development: finding investors. He did secure 2 patents for his project, though these don't provide enough information to replicate Jan's work even today. This was partially because of his unconventional approach. Feeling binary was outdated, Jan opted to use a coding alphabet of his own design. He was able to convince 2 unlikely investors early on, Leo Mirope and Leen Moyart, neither of whom had a background in computer science. Both admitted they didn't have a clue of how the Slout digital coding system worked, and that it was instinct guiding their decision to provide funding. The enormous toll development put on Jan's bank account, though, meant much more funding was necessary to finish the project. Assisted by a well-connected lawyer friend, Leen shopped around the concept to prospective investors. One investor named Bart van Reenen signed on to the project after Jan Slout presented it to him and some security experts from the Oracle Computer Company, convincing them of its potential. The system itself was said to rely on storing the most basic components of image and sound in 5 separate algorithms, then reassembling the data in unique patterns needed to produce a feature-length movie. Jan said that these 5 algorithms together only added up to 370 megabytes, remarkably small given its potential. Believing assembly could be accomplished with a single key for each movie, Jan remarked that a lossless film could be called up with as little as 1 kilobyte of information. This meant that even the smallest computer chips could hold dozens of films, all at the highest quality imaginable. The best part was, all the components needed to build the device were inexpensive. But critics believe Jan overlooked an important detail. To fully render a movie, the keys would need to be extremely long. From a practical standpoint, there simply weren't enough numbers in the universe to represent a string of such complex data. The reaction from Oracle, however, affirmed Bart van Reenen's belief that Jan was onto something groundbreaking. He quickly enlisted the help of René Bickel, a former director for World Online. With the backing of investor Marcel Buchhorn, the group reorganized under the name of Dipro. Even at this stage, Marcel felt the system would be worth at least $1 billion, and drew up a list of leading tech companies to contact. Since the discovery was made by a Dutchman, Bart van Reenen felt that priority should be given to a Dutch company, so the team first prepared a presentation for Philips Electronics. The team managed to get its first meeting at Philips headquarters on March 11, 1999. On hand was the company's star engineer, Karel-Jan van Driel, and a prominent board member named Roel Piper. Expecting a rather bulky device, the representatives were astonished to see the prototype was roughly the size of a briefcase. Both remained skeptical as Jan enthusiastically showed off various features of his system. Checking the device for the sound of an internal hard drive, the experts confirmed they heard nothing. Still, the feasibility of the device was questioned by Carroll. Quote, "We understand that 1 kilobyte on the chip card is sufficient to store the key code of a DVD title. Since a DVD title contains 19 gigabytes, we are concerned about the amount of ROM memory." Roel Piper, however, didn't seem as bothered by the questionable technology behind the coding system. He remained in touch with Marcel Buchhorn, who now realized it might make more sense for the team to publish the system themselves. Still, there were more meetings to be had with Philips Electronics. Jan Slout's apprehensiveness was becoming more apparent, though. He insisted the next meeting be held at a neutral location, as he was reportedly afraid that technicians at the Philips headquarters could find a way to replicate the device by simply viewing it. Part of Jan's neurosis stemmed from his meek personality. He was convinced that his device wasn't overly complex, and that somebody smarter than him could easily figure out how it worked. Marcel Buchhorn thus arranged for the second meeting to be held at a local box factory. But the inventor's partners were finding it increasingly difficult to work with his erratic quirks. Of Jan's personality, Marcel once said, quote, "Slout made an extremely paranoid impression on me from the start, which often made working with him more difficult." This defensiveness sometimes led Jan to lash out when questioned or criticized, out of a sense of being misunderstood. In this second meeting, Roel Piper was joined by more engineers from Philips, though Karel-Jan van Driel was conspicuously absent. Jan proudly showed off that the device could play back up to 16 different movies simultaneously, an unlikely feat with 1999 technology. These other engineers seemed to share the skepticism of Karel-Jan van Driel, and Mr. Slout's credibility was only further damaged by his refusal to answer questions. Roll still saw potential in the device, though, and insisted Phillips give it consideration. But it seems Carol Jan van Driel overruled Roll, and Phillips elected not to pursue the Slout digital coding system. Roll is said to have gone ahead regardless, even risking his own career by joining Dipro while working for Phillips for another 2 months. There's some debate over whether Roll Piper left Phillips specifically to join Dipro, or if he had already planned to, but he insists that parting ways was always his intention. Whatever the case, Roll rounded out the Dipro team as its CEO, and immediately went to work cultivating a brand based around the company's vision. The idea that Roll Piper, of all people, was heavily involved with this project left leading Dutch computer scientists baffled. Unlike many of the early investors, Roll was already well versed in high-tech investments. Perhaps blinded by its incredible potential, he speculated the invention could be worth as much as $24 billion in just 5 years. Roll soon relaunched Dipro under the exciting name Fifth Force, a reference to the hypothetical fifth fundamental force of physics. Some of the promoted possibilities of the device included real-time video calls, greater energy efficiency, and the ability to download movies in just seconds. The next step was to shop Fifth Force around the world, starting in America. Roll Piper recruited investors and developers for Fifth Force, and was planning on taking the company public by 2001. In May of 1999, he arranged to have the key members of the company brought to America to show off the device, which would supposedly make them billions. They first visited New York, which offered them a warm reception and many eager parties willing to invest. The team then returned to the Netherlands to plot their conquest of America's tech industry. Jan Slout was apprehensive about the next trip to Silicon Valley, complaining that he had hardly slept and that the stress was wearing on his weak heart. Because of his protectiveness over the coding system, the team would have nothing to show if Jan wasn't physically present. Marcel Buchhorn spent a week convincing Jan to lend him the invention, promising nothing would happen to it, which, reluctantly, he agreed to. Roll Piper used his extensive contacts to get in touch with everyone from Rupert Murdoch to Bill Gates to push the system, eventually leading him to an old colleague named Tom Perkins who was incredibly enthused. But the lure of riches beyond anybody's imagination inevitably caused conflict when Roll persuaded Marcel Buchhorn to leave the Slout digital coding system with him in Silicon Valley for more wheeling and dealing, playing into Slout's fears that his device was being stolen from him. The first thing Jan did after getting his machine back was to check for tampering. He had sealed the screws with a lacquer to secure it against any attempts at reverse engineering. When it was learned that not only had the machine been opened, but also connected to some sort of device, Jan Slout's feelings of betrayal imperiled the entire project. Despite this attempt failing, Jan grew even more isolated from the team, trusting only his old friend Leo Mirop to handle the logistics of selling the device. Part of this stemmed from getting burnt before. Jan apparently had a different invention stolen from him on the eve of a lucrative deal. Roll Piper denied any involvement in trying to deconstruct the device, and it took Leo Mirop to convince Jan it was still worth going ahead with the deal. Though Roll Piper continued to drum up investment support in the Netherlands and abroad, there was now a wedge between Jan Slout and the company. He refused to let the machine go again until a contract was signed. For added security, all critical information about the Slout digital coding system was held between its owner and a trusted notary. Tom Perkins was amongst those highly interested in seeing the device succeed. Making the trip to the Netherlands from London, he arranged a July 9th meeting with Jan Slout to see the device and its creator in person. He and several others pledged millions of dollars to the project. Quote, "My decision to help in the financing was the golden moment for the group. I studied Jan Slout. He was in a state of, well, bliss. That's the only word I can find to describe the expression on his face. He had labored in obscurity for 15 years, and at this moment all his dreams, all his plans and fantasies were coming true. He was literally the happiest man I had ever seen." Jan Slout was so overcome with emotion, he supposedly fell out of his chair upon learning the deal would go through. His worries were finally put to rest, and he spent the Saturday shopping with his family. Apparently Jan was in such good spirits, he even splurged and bought himself a $50 shirt. The plan was now set in stone. He'd hand over the most critical part of his device the moment he put pen to paper. For once it seemed fate was in the favor of Mr. Slout. But all this went out the window the day before the paperwork was to be signed. Leo Mirop received a most unsettling phone call from Ben Slout on July 11th, 1999. His father had been working in the garden that morning when he collapsed from chest pains. Paramedics tried to revive him, but were unsuccessful. Jan Slout had died from a heart attack, aged 53. The news quickly spread amongst the investors, some of whom seemed more concerned about having lost their golden goose. A version of the machine was recovered, but to operate it would need the compiler, which of course was Jan's most tightly guarded secret. Though the funeral was held July 14th, the ghost of Jan Slout and his discovery would linger around for a while yet. The surviving Slouts were understandably in shock following the death of the family patriarch, and unable to decide what to do next. The secretive nature of Jan meant even they couldn't verify the location of his compiler. Leo Mirop was left to organize Jan's affairs and what to do about the missing disk. He decided on hiring a 24-hour security service for the Slout household because, in his words, quote, "You can't leave $100 billion unattended in an attic." The family chose to go ahead with the deal after all, but there was still the issue of finding the compiler needed to work the device. Complicating the matters further was a bit of family drama. Jan's other son Johan had long thought of his father's invention as baloney. Jan had always taken this especially hard, and probably would be furious to learn that only now his son was taking the idea seriously. There was also the arrival of Jan's estranged daughter, who hadn't been in contact with her family for years, yet showed up the day after her father's death to root through the attic for the source code. The two siblings apparently worked together to take 12 of Jan's binders and try and study his notes for a solution. Though the security team was aware of this and tracked them, they managed to escape. Nevertheless, no one found the floppy disk with Jan's compiler. While his widow and son Ben continued looking, Roll Piper assembled a team of computer scientists to try and crack the code through reverse engineering. He also hired private investigators to find the fabled disk. The Sloat family home was literally torn apart, with even the garden being dug up to search for hiding spots. But alas, no one found the disk. And as it turned out, the Sloat machine the engineers tried dissecting wasn't even the same one showed off in Silicon Valley. Not long afterwards, everyone involved started pointing fingers. Investors like Tom Perkins were putting pressure on Roll Piper, who in turn was trying to take greater control of Fifth Force. In Leo Mirop's words, quote, "We hadn't yet left the cemetery when Piper claimed a 30% interest in Fifth Force from Bookhorn. He felt his role had become more important. Bookhorn and I put a stop to that." The family turned over what they could to investigators as the businessmen squabbled over who was owed what. Leo Mirop held out hope his friend's invention could be salvaged, but as time went on, this seemed increasingly unlikely. Then, a disturbing revelation came from the engineers. It seems there was, in fact, a hard drive installed in the machine they had access to. Ben Slout insisted this was a temporary fix his father used for a broken computer chip, but still this dealt a serious blow to the invention's credibility. Leo now recalled that Jan dropped off a document containing a massive amount of code to the notary in the days following one of his presentations. When the vaults were later searched, only a few basic prototypes were found. Even with tens of thousands of dollars poured into the investigation, the device brought to America couldn't be recovered, nor the disk containing Jan's source code. It was as though the Sloat digital coding system disappeared, if it even truly existed. Roll Piper, who was by now effectively in total control of Fifth Force, began contacting investors like Tom Perkins to announce the project was being abandoned. As Roll wanted to move on from this costly ordeal, Leo Mirop grew more apprehensive of his motives with Fifth Force. He was particularly unsatisfied when Roll shot down his idea of having public prosecutors investigate the circumstances of Jan's death. Leo asked for at least an autopsy, which the family consented to, yet this never happened. Because Leo only had his own suspicions to go by, the matter wasn't followed up on. Eventually, everyone with a stake in the system found themselves worn out and sick of the ongoing sunk costs. The search for Jan Slout's invention had come to a rather anticlimactic finish. Even today, the Slout digital coding system remains a rare modern mystery yet to be solved. Given how many factors remain unclear, it's no surprise that this story has been ripe for all kinds of speculation. Some question whether the device existed as Jan Slout claimed, whereas others have clung to the unusual circumstances of his death just days before signing a billion-dollar deal. The part Roll Piper played in the story has been scrutinized by those who don't understand his fixation with the ill-defined invention, and the very science of such a device remains tenuous, especially given Slout's sometimes cantankerous personality when questioned about specifics. Many interpretations of this anomaly are possible, but as of right now, there remains doubt over which one is correct.
back to Peers Organised Sensitive. This show is nothing if not a fearless forum for fiery debate. I have strong opinions, and like all the world's eminent thinkers, I'm open to changing my mind. So tonight I'm trying something a little new. Prove me wrong is the title of this new segment. First up, is the royal family worth the money? The annual Crown report into royal finances was released today. King Charles and co appear to have maxed out the royal credit card. Last year they spent £107 million, while the sovereign grant was only £86.3 million. That means we're in the hole for around £20.7 million extra. Big numbers, indisputably. But in my view, the royal family still represents stunningly good value. I say they're worth every penny. We're here to debate the complete opposite. Alex O'Connell, the YouTuber, royal skeptic, and Graham Smith, chief executive of the UK's leading Republican movement, Republic, who's just handed me his new book, Abolish the Monarchy: Why We Should and How We Will. So, clear we're on different paths here, but the rules are simple. You guys have until you hear this sound to prove me wrong. I say the royals are worth every penny that this country gives them, which, by the way, is literally 1 penny per person in this country per year. Per day. Per day, not a year. So it's a penny a day per person in the country.
Well, it's not. And the first thing to say about this debate is that the monarchy is not a financial transaction. So whether it makes a profit or not is neither here nor there. The measure of whether it's a good institution and worth keeping is whether it's good constitution, because that's what it's there for.
Why are you so against it, out of interest?
Well, because firstly,
the whole life is devoted to ending the monarchy.
Firstly, it's wrong in principle. It's not democratic. It stands on completely different set of feudal values instead of the values of accountability, equality, and democratic rights, and so on. Secondly, as an institution, it is not fit for purpose. It falls well short of the principles of public life. I don't think it's going too far to say it's corrupt. And constitutionally, in terms of our politics and the way power is exercised, it funnels a lot of power.
What have been the 4 most watched events globally involving this country in the last 3 years?
Yeah, but that doesn't really...
No, hang on.
Well, you're going to say the weddings and the jubilees.
Just answer my question.
You're going to say the weddings and the jubilees. I'm not sure that's even the case, because I think UEFA had...
well, forget football.
Well, okay, you can't just say forget football.
Well, national events, which universally show this country.
Well, the coronation, 9% of this country were enthusiastic about the coronation, 15% by another poll. So, in terms of royalists, most people, the people that you can genuinely call royalists is less than 15%.
All right, but see, here's the point I think, which I think both you guys are missing. But I mean, try and convince me, Alex. I just think when the world looked at the Platinum Jubilee, for example, when the world looked in a very different tone at the Queen's funeral, the King's coronation, you look at these events and it shows Britain, in my view, at its greatest. The pomp, the pageantry, the ceremony, the military precision. Everything worked like clockwork. Everyone around the world who was watching this, and as a caveat, many people are not interested, I get that, but the millions, tens of millions around the world that watched it thought better of our country. How many things has happened in our country in the last 3 years involving our leaders, for example, which have brought shame and ignominy to the country? Here, you have a chance to show us at our best. What price do you put on
There's
that?
nothing about the royal family that's brought us shame, in your opinion, that you've been sort of
loads of things.
Relentlessly
As
talking
human
about.
beings,
The idea that the
as
monarchy
human beings,
sits
they are
above the politics
they are as
of the
fragile
country.
as any of us.
And you say, doesn't this help us to escape the various political scandals of prime ministers and presidents? Well, does it? I thought you were the one who's constantly banging on about Harry and Meghan and how they're a disgrace to our country or whatever it is. I don't think.
Well, I think rather like you two, their
it's
attempts to damage the monarchy and bring it down are actually disgraceful, because I happen to support the monarchy. But that's a different argument.
A few big events is not an argument for a constitution which is second rate. It's not an argument for an institution that abuses public money, that abuses public office to lobby for their interests and so on. I mean, 13 years ago, 14 years ago now, the MP's expenses scandal. I'm sure you were one of the many commentators who are outraged by MPs spending public money on their own homes, their second homes. Yeah. And that was sort of hundreds of pounds, thousands of pounds, sometimes tens of thousands of pounds. The royals spend millions, tens of millions.
Yeah, but my view of that
of our
is
money.
If you're going to have a monarchy and a royal family, and they're performing over 1,000 duties a year,
like garden
which
parties.
is not a lot.
Well, they're actually getting lots of charities and they do a lot of help for people, right?
They couldn't do as private citizens.
Well, they could, but it wouldn't have the same impact. Okay, but here's my point. If you're going to have them, you should give them all the trappings.
Why?
Of a
Why?
Because otherwise they're not a royal family.
the
They're not a monarchy.
Where's the logic?
The logic is, if you want people to buy into the magic of a monarchy and royal family,
but it's not,
you've got to give them the tools to be magical.
It's not magic, it's corruption.
What would you have them in? A little Tesla?
Maybe a suit. Would be fine. We could start by getting rid of these ridiculous garments. We spent most of the time that we've known
dressed
King
like you?
Charles dressed like me.
I mean,
and so to see him for the first time...
You're the king dressed like you. No offence.
Well, he'd probably put on a tie. He'd look more like you, I suppose.
No offence, but...
To see him suddenly put on these robes would be like watching a Rishi Sunak or someone. Suddenly he's
but it's part of our history.
Ludicrous robes,
it gives us something so few other countries in the world have.
Nobody can take it seriously.
And you may not like it, but many around the world love it. If you go to the Caribbean, if you go to America, you go to Canada, you go to India, you go anywhere in the world, Australia, and they bring in so much money from tourism.
Well, that's not true.
But it is true.
No, it isn't. That's definitely not true. It's definitely not true. Now, the thing is, there is no evidence. And I've sat down with the CEO and chair of Visit Britain about a decade ago, and I said, there's no evidence that if we got rid of the monarchy, tourism would go down, and they said, yes, you're absolutely
You don't think the royal family brings in any money from tourism?
No evidence that tourism money wouldn't come in anyway.
I mean, if you just look at the money that came in the weeks leading up to these big events that we've had over the last 4 years,
look at the
huge amounts of money
If you look at the visitor numbers...
American tourists pouring in, Australian tourists,
the
Canadian
visitor numbers
tourists.
go down when these things happen. If you look at the visitor numbers, they go down when these
People
things
stay
happen.
away from these kind of things. And if I may say, Cheshire Zoo is a bigger tourist attraction in the UK than Buckingham Palace or Windsor Castle. I wouldn't be in favour of a state-funded ceremonial opening
When was the last time
of its new
hundreds of millions
chimpanzee
of people
exhibit.
around the world on television watch the birth of a penguin at Chester Zoo?
I certainly would not be in favour
They don't, do they?
of its owners or its directors, or indeed the sort of sometimes sinister and yet still to be pitied animals that are kept within its cages, given any kind of political office over the rest of us.
When do we beam the lives of
The
the
whims of
inmates of
tourists,
Chester Zoo
the
to the
whims of
world?
tourists are not a good justification for political office. The thing that tourists are spending money on is not the way to decide
What
who
about
states.
William's campaign at the moment to end homelessness?
Yeah, fantastic. Funded by what?
Funded by us.
And what's this, like £3 million pounds?
So you don't like his campaign against homeless?
I think it's wonderful.
What have you got against the homeless?
It's nothing he couldn't do as a private citizen.
We give him £22 million.
What do you have against the homeless?
What is it?
We give him £22 million. We could spend that on...
You don't want him to help the homeless?
That's the most ludicrous thing you've said on this show, and that says a lot.
Right.
The bar is low, I agree.
To say that this is something that requires royalty, to say that this is something that requires he has some kind of political office, that he's going to inherit the head of statehood, that he's going to become the head of state of this country, that's got anything to do with his ability to give £3 million to charity.
I like talking to you guys, right?
Ridiculous.
You guys, you argue your case with great passion, but in the end, it's just a negative anti-argument.
No, it's not.
That's what you are.
Not at all.
The pair of you wake up every day and you think,
look at how
how
they
do I
try and
end
flip
this thing
and-
I hate? Why don't you just ignore it? It's a bit like vegan. I'll tell you what it is. We're having a vegan debate in a minute. It's a bit like vegans who run into steakhouses screaming abuse about meat.
it's a bit like...
If you don't like meat,
bit like...
go and eat your gruel in a little restaurant in the corner.
It's a bit like saying...
Leave me to eat my steak.
It's actually a bit like getting up in the morning and saying, I want to end homelessness because I hate it. I
just
want to
need
end
to change your nose
bad
a
thing. It's
little
bad for
bit.
Britain.
Just
Bad for our
a bit.
governance.
It's not bad for Britain.
It's bad for our governance.
And also, for what it's
bad
worth,
for
our image.
2 out of the 3
It's
times...
purely ceremony when it comes to
Two out of the 3 times that I've ever spoken about this subject.
The pomp, the
And because you've
pageantry.
invited me to. Those are 2 of the 3 times that I've ever spoken about the subject in public.
Yeah.
It's because you've invited me to. So I don't think it's me who's banging on about this. It's not me who's waking up every day just desperate to see the end of the monarchy.
You're the one. Every time
Call
we
him out
call
on
you,
his
your
show.
answering machine says, if that's Piers, I'll do it. So don't blame me. The class is gone.
Don't
Big
blame
question.
me.
Have you... I think we know where this is going on the first one. But have you proven me wrong? No.
Yes. Have we convinced you? Is another question.
The thing is,
Read my book and then come back to me later.
I will read your book, but I've got a pretty good idea what's in it because it's got Owen Jones
Proven,
quoted on the front
yes,
saying
convinced.
crucial riveting
Yeah.
polemic. And what Owen Jones knows about crucial riveting polemics can be written on a postage stamp which
Don't
has
be yourself,
the
you're quoted
king,
in it.
which has the King of the United Kingdom's head on it, by the way, not Owen Jones's. Gentlemen,
God save him.
a good well.
Nobody
indeed.
else is going to in this country.
Yes, they will. There's a lot more royal fans than you think. Gentlemen,
Ooh,
good to
he's
see
getting
you.
offended for
Your
the
campaign will
king.
fail, but it will fail with passion. I admire that.
I'll bet you a tenner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that £10 with King Charles's picture on it? Yes, it is. Uncensored next. Celebrity chef John Mountain sensationally bans vegans from his restaurant. He says this to protect his mental health. He joins me next live.
Last say. He wins.
Hey Hey y'all, and welcome back to the party. It is your girl, Brit Reacts, and today we are reacting to Tom MacDonald. People so stupid. Let's see what he has to say. All right.
I'm praying that the world changes soon. Can get a doobie on a plane, but there's Uzis in our schools. Every dude who touched a boob or a booty getting me too. What you expect from the kids who went to Hooters after school? We're all triggered and defensive. We're all racist and we're sexist. We all grew up watching South Park. How are we offended? Now being fat.
I'm starting this over. We can't bring certain things on the planes, but there are other things in our schools. Think about that.
Hi! I'm praying that the world changes soon. Can get a doobie on a plane, but there's Uzis in our schools. Every dude who touched a boob or a booty getting me too. What you expect from the kids who went to Hooters after school? We're all triggered and defensive. We're all racist and we're sexist. We all grew up watching South Park. How are we offended?
For
now
real.
being fat is beautiful. Name a thing that you can't do. Jumping jacks, run a mile, live past 42. Man, it used to be cool to just flip a bird to the system, and now it's trendy to be triggered and pretend you're a victim. It's my race, it's my weight.
That's makeup, by the way. I want y'all to know I've worked at Hooters, 2 different Hooters. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's my point. I like, yeah, y'all, we grew up in like, you know, sometimes TV, the TV we grew up on still comes on, right? Like, I watch things like Moesha or, you know, like South Park, and like the jokes that we used to have on the show, the things that we used to think were funny or be entertained by, these kids nowadays would like write a petition about. And it's just like, what has happened? What has happened? What has made us all so offended all the time about every little thing? How did we get here? Seriously. Alright, so I understand the theme of this one. We are back to speak the truth. I don't care who it hurts, Tom MacDonald, and y'all know I love it. I love it here.
Bird to the system, and now it's trendy to be triggered and pretend you're a victim. It's my race, it's my weight, it's because I'm a Christian. I hate the internet and anyone who has an opinion. And everybody angry if you say white. Okay, fine. Pass me the brush and I'll paint my face to the shades right. Let's talk about abortion. Sorry, tell me how this works. Bacteria is life on Mars, but a heartbeat isn't life on Earth? Weird.
Wait, what?
Get better problems, I swear to God that y'all want them, y'all so dumb.
Get better problems.
All life is intelligent. Like us.
I love that his choruses are always very simple. Like, they're not overcomplicated. They are
so dumb.
They're very and not in a bad way, but very like elementary in the, it's just easy. You don't have to go digging for what he's trying to tell you. In his choruses, he tells you plain and simple what he is saying. And it's like very, here it is. It's almost always in this kind of sing-songy, childlike rhythm and cadence. And I think that's on purpose. I think he spits the fire on the choruses and he's like, here, let me break it down for anyone who doesn't understand what I'm saying. Na 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 na, y'all are so dumb. You know what I mean? Like, I appreciate that his choruses feel a little less complicated. I mean, he's literally punching you in the gut in his verses. There is no need for him to also do it in the chorus. The chorus is light, and he's just summing up what he's saying to you in the verse in a very A, B, C, D, E, F, G kind of way. And I like it. I really like it.
Get better issues, we're gonna run out of tissues, it's so dumb.
Get better issues, we're gonna run out of tissues.
I'm a hater because I can't relate to gay pride. Call me homophobic because I don't want to date guys. K-tight. I, for one, I'm not surprised the world is kind along the way. Give trophies to children for losing just because they decide to play. Yeah.
Can we cancel participation trophies? What kind of work ethic are we teaching our children, y'all? What are we teaching the babies if they're just getting participation for showing up to something that they committed to? Here's the thing, right? Like, my daughter, she's a cheerleader. She cheers on a team, and they're not competitive, but they're very involved. They do a lot of community events, and you know, sometimes we have to have a conversation about, I don't know, you're not going to that birthday party. You committed to this thing. And for these allotted months, you're not going to be doing things if there's something involving cheer on the schedule. Now, if you're sick, that's a different thing. If I got to check her out of school because she's sick, she's not going to cheer that night. You know what I mean? And to her, that's like a punishment. She wants to go to cheer. Like, you know what I mean? But it's like, what are we teaching our babies by just saying, thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. It's like, that's what you signed up for. That's what your parents are paying for. No. What did you do that was above and beyond? Were you a leader? Did you help people? Did you cheer the loud? Like, let's make sure we are teaching our children to work for things and not just show up and be rewarded, because that is teaching them absolutely nothing. Wow, Tom McDonald, you are on to it here, bro. Bro, you're hitting the nail on the head. This man doesn't even have kids, but he's concerned about our kids. He's talking about our kids in the schools and what's going on. Think about that.
I'm not surprised the world declined along the way. Give trophies to children for losing just because they decide to play. We exercise our right to vote and hate the politicians. Ay, this is a democracy. It's partly your decision. Ay, this is weird. Feels like this a different year. If I identify as a female, then when my balls and penis disappear. Children want a gender switch and hating men is feminist. Depression and anxiety are trendy. We're too sensitive. Invented 80 genders. Mad the world is not accepting it. Then gave them more attention than normal women and men can get. What a contradiction. Being human is so tragic. Focus on minorities, ignoring all the masses. Hallelujah, everyone. Activism saved the planet. No more plastic straws and paper, just paper straws wrapped in plastic. Congratulations.
That's so true. Wow.
Yes, plastic bags used to be for free and you used to pay for condoms. Now it's the other way around.
You know, like I just am like, what is there? I mean, this really just feels like one of those situations where it's like a hit dog will holler.
Is it
because you can only be upset if
plastic?
you are one of these people that he is referring to. And I want y'all to know, I probably say at least 3 times a day, are you dumb? To the atmosphere, to the driver in front of me. like the title of this song is just the theme song to my life. I'm just always like, are you dumb?
Stupidity is our biggest pandemic.
I have a friend who has a jewelry, well, she has like a merch line and she sells bracelets that say, are you dumb? And they've been sold out forever. And I'm like, can you please bring them back? Oh, man. Yeah, I can be guilty of some of the things that he's saying and not be offended. And that is the thing, right? Like conviction, to be convicted about something and not be offended means that you are introspective. You're self-aware and you can think like, I'm actually guilty of that. That doesn't mean I have to be offended by that. You know what I mean? Like so many people just don't like to hear the truth of the matter about themselves, and instead they'll cry victim. Instead of taking the time it takes to change yourself, your thoughts, your actions, you'd rather play victim and cry about it, is what Mr. Tom McDonald is talking about. And I couldn't agree more.
Save the planet. No more plastic straws and paper, just paper straws wrapped in plastic.
This
Congratulations.
Is so crazy.
Y'all so stupid. Get better problems, I swear to God that y'all want them. Y'all so dumb.
Hold up.
People so stupid. People so dumb. People so boo-hoo, wah, wah, wah. Get better issues. We're gonna run out of tissues. It's so dumb. Look, I get it.
I
It's
love
like
that.
the world is going crazy.
Y'all need more
Seems like a
tissues.
school shooting happens almost daily. The
Yup.
racism, rape culture, hatred that we're facing is way too ingrained for our hashtags to change it. We've become so lazy and complacent, afraid of our generation. We think activism's Instagramming memes and complaining. It's a problem when there's actually actions you could be taking, but you're triggered, so you just cry like a baby. Y'all so stupid. Why are y'all so stupid? Get better problems, I swear to God that y'all want them. Y'all so dumb. People so stupid. People so dumb. People so boo-hoo, wah,
Guess what I'm gonna paste on Facebook?
we're gonna run out of tissues. It's so dumb.
Of course, that's literally what I was thinking. Did Nova do this? I've said all I needed to say. I talked throughout it because I wanted y'all to know exactly how I was feeling as it was happening and coming to me. If you find fault in this, likely it's because you have some guilt here and you don't want to deal with yourself. You'd rather blame everybody else. Drop smite. Drop smite. Be kind to others, especially yourself, and go have the day you deserve.
Hey everyone. Now, if you've watched this channel for a while, you'll know that not too long ago, I decided to dive right into IPv6.
Nice.
Now, it didn't have any particular
Not
reason
that
that made me have to do
nice.
that, other than I wanted to learn about it, because it's always been something that's there, but, you know, I never really had the need to touch it. Like, I've been a network engineer for years, but in daily work, most people use IPv4, and I haven't really come across it that much. So, for that reason, I've never had to use it, so I've never really known it. Anyway, I changed ISPs to one that supports IPv6 because my old one didn't, and I disabled IPv4 completely on my network. So
my ISP
supports
no connectivity on
now,
fiber.
by doing that, I learnt all about, you know, Slack and setting up RADVD on the router, which was a Linux box. So I was using Linux programs there. Getting my 48-bit prefix delegation from the ISP and setting that out for my network. And everything was fine. I thought, this is good. Because the main reason IPv6 obviously came to existence was for the addresses. There's zillions. Okay, everyone knows that. But the idea of that, really, like, why we want that is so we can have end-to-end comms. Like originally with IPv4 even, back in the day, originally you'd have this host with this IP address, this host with this IP address. You'd have that as your source and destination. No funny business in the middle like NAT and things. So with IPv6, we've got enough addresses to do that. But I wasn't actually doing that initially anyway, because I've got a rule on my firewall that says do masquerading, which is source natting, on my outbound interface. And I had that for IPv4, obviously, because I was using the RFC 1918 addresses of 192.168 whoop-de-wop. And that rule still applied when I got to IPv6, so I was still natting in IPv6 in that manner anyway. But what I did was I got my prefix delegation from the ISP, my /48, and I set up my own DHCP v6 server. And I put some reservations in there for my own network so I could have them easy to remember. And the reason I did that was because if I set them up to get their, to auto-config their addresses with Slack, that's when you get the funky, long, hard to remember IP addresses. Now, with IPv6, I'm more inclined to use DNS, but I still want it to be able to have it sort of usable just with IP addresses. So I set up the DHCP server, and I used the prefix delegation that was given to me. So when I set up a host on my LAN, it starts with the one that was given to me from the ISP, and then whatever I set that host to be from the from my DHCP server. The problem came up, and this is where I really changed my mind about the whole thing, is when I changed my internet connection from DSL to fiber, still in the same house, same ISP, they actually changed that prefix delegation and gave me a new one. And that made me think that's a real problem, because no longer could a host out there in the internet somewhere route to my network, because I was using the prefix of my old one. Okay, so all my hosts on my LAN were set up with my DHCP server using the old prefix. Now, if that was using Slack and it was auto-config from the new prefix delegation given me from the ISP, it would have been fine, but that would have not enabled me to have simple IP addresses, and it would have still changed.
Can you hear the neighbors
still changed. So initially when I changed that service with the ISP, I didn't actually notice that they changed the prefix delegation, because I was using that NAT, as I said, going outbound.
Dog.
So I still had my old prefix one in the, on my host, and I was natting it to the outside world, so they only saw my new WAN address. But when the traffic comes back, you know, it translates it back to the original. The problem is, me running a server internally on IPv6, a host out there on the internet wouldn't have been able to route to it because I was using my old prefix delegation. And it made me think, in the old IPv4, you'd set up your home network with something like 192.168 something something. Now those addresses aren't routable on the internet, that's just for you, and you'll be doing that on your router as it goes out of your WAN. The thing is, you can keep that same addressing scheme no matter what you do on the WAN. You can change ISPs, change that's what you do, change ISPs, change your WAN IP address, and you're still doing natting. And if you've got a server with IPv4, you've still only got one IPv4 public address, if you can even get a public address. So that wouldn't really change. But with IPv6, I'd have to change my whole network. And it got me thinking, here's where the core of the problem is. It's not so much that IPv6 is difficult. It's not difficult. I hear people say that. I say, why haven't you played with IPv6? And some, when they're honest, they go, oh, it looks too hard. It looks scary. First of all, it's not scary because the hex values in the address pretty much, well, they do map to the bits that it represents. So thinking about subnetting, it's simpler in my mind. There's just a couple of things to learn about the multicast ICMP that, let me rephrase that. The ICMP messages you use for it, and a lot of multicast involved. But that's not really hard. If you're a network guy, it's not hard to pick up if you already know networking. In my mind, it's kind of simpler than IPv4. So some people say it's too hard. I don't think it is. I think another reason is that a lot of, they say, well, who else is doing it? I can get by fine with IPv4. And I thought, yeah, you can, but you've still got to do all that natting. But anyway, when I changed the service, my prefix delegation changed. And what I thought was, I can't comfortably set up my own network with all these zillions of addresses that it boasts of having if I have to change them every time I change an ISP or something. And I thought, well...
I don't see it, Rumar in Winks.
a way around that might be something like this. If you get a domain address, right, something.com, you own that. You buy it from whoever, and then you just set your DNS service to say, okay, this is my domain, it points to me. Now you can own that forever. Why can't I get myself my own /48 and then have that routed by the ISP? So if there was a mechanism for me to easily get a /48, now the guys who handle that, the big internet, what are they called? For the different regions of the world, the ones that actually allocate IP addresses, they tend to want justification of why you want this many addresses, why you want it, what's your business, and what's all that. It seems too hard. So it should be easy to get a /48 that I own, and with that, I should be able to get an ISP to say, hey, this is my /48, route it to me, which means they'd have to advertise it to all their peers so it actually works out there in the internet. If those two things happened, I think that would be a big step forward for IPv6. Now, what I've also heard, because I've had this debate over the last few days, works out there in the internet. If those two things happened, I think that would be a big step forward for IPv6. Now, what I've also heard, because I've had this debate over the last few days of where I'm going with this, and a lot of people say, well, you're a home user and it's okay for most home users, but people like you who want to do network stuff, you're asking a bit much from a home service. My response to that is, if they want IPv6 to be everywhere, home is part of everywhere. And people who use it at business, those same people still come home at the end of the day and they're going to use the internet at home as well. There's more home users than business users. There has to be. So the home user can still use it, like I said, with an automatic Slack address from their router, but I don't think it's going to take off completely if we don't get past that and have some mechanism of owning an IP address. If there's enough for everyone, how can I get mine? I can't at the moment. I've just got to borrow one from the ISP and they can change it at a whim. So that, I think, is a big problem in keeping it. So what I can do, because I've been discussing this with someone who knows IPv6 pretty well, because I did a video a while back when I said I'm going into IPv6, and someone got in touch with me. He said, mate, that's great. I've been trying to push this thing for 20 years. I can help you out. So for technical resources, I've got some experts on hand who I can call if I need some explaining, and he has done as well. But here's the thing. He's got this other guy, he's got frustration because he's been trying to push this for 20 years and it's still same as it was 20 years ago. Everyone's using IPv4 and that. So I don't want to spend 20 years chasing something that's not going to happen. You don't chase things that don't give you what you want. Stick with what works. So now I'm going back to IPv4 at home because I'll still have IPv6 because, I want to play with it there and because I've dipped my toes into it. But IPv4 does work at home from a client's perspective because the servers out there that you're accessing work just as well with IPv4 as they do with IPv6. So there's no need for that. And yes, there is NAT involved. Now for IPv6, want to get away from NAT. You want to do end-to-end communications. But for me to have a stable network at home where I don't have to change my addressing scheme, I can set a private network address range because IPv6 has private ranges as well. And then what I have to do is NAT66. So on my router, I'd have to say whatever prefix delegation the /48 the ISP gives me, I'll just map that to my /48 internally. So it's a direct one. It's not port translating or anything like that. It's just direct address translation, but it's still NAT. And at the moment, like when I had IPv6 only at home, using the ISP's provided one, I had to set up Tega, which is NAT64, because half the internet's only IPv4. So to get to those websites, I had to translate my IPv6 traffic to IPv4. So it's NAT, and it's funky NAT too, going from version 4 to version 6. So these are the problems. I don't think it's so much that it's too hard. It really isn't. But I do think there's lack of support from even the vendors out there. Like, there's some equipment that, you know, they say they support it, but when you get down to it, you can tell that they fundamentally based it on IPv4. You can just sort of get that feel for it. So the vendors are going to have to do it. Then it becomes a case of it's chicken and the egg. You know, vendors say, well, is anyone using IPv6? And the IPv6 people say, well, have we got support from you know, companies out there? So there's that aspect. But I think, as I said, I don't know if everyone wants to do it to the degree that I want to do, which means knowing how it works and everything. But if you can own an IPv6 subnet yourself and get your provider to route it for you out in the internet, then I think that'll go a long way, because then it can have absolute end-to-end comms, you know, for IPv6. So I'm going back to IPv4 for my main systems, because I don't want to have to use NAT46 or NAT64, another one, where I go from my IPv6 network to IPv4 at my router so I can get to an IPv4 address. I'll just use IPv4 and maybe use IPv6 in a dual stack, but that's another thing. Why do I want to run 2 stacks? I mean, I can do it, but why have 2? It's like, which one are we doing here? So I think when I read about the reasons why IPv6 hasn't taken off, I don't think they've addressed the fact that you can't yourself own an IP address or a range, a subnet there. If they do that, if there's a mechanism to get your own prefix and get your service provider to route it for you as a standard thing, like DNS is, where you can get your own domain and get a DNS server to advertise it for you. If there was that mechanism for IPv6, I think that'd go a long way, because then you could be confident that you own that address space and your provider will route it for you. So that's where the ISPs have to come in. Now, I had an issue, as I said, when I changed service with my ISP. They changed that prefix delegation on me. I didn't initially notice because I was doing that masquerading on the WAN. But when I noticed, I said, oh, hang on, this has changed. I want my old one back. And I got the runaround with the help desk. And when they changed something, they said, yeah, we've changed it. And it didn't. I was missing IPv6 for 10 hours. It was basically a write-off of a day. And just the usual back and forth of, did you turn it off and on again? This dumb shit. So the ISP weren't really ready to handle IPv6 queries. So having an IPv6 only network, when IPv6 died at the ISP because of something they did, that caused an outage. So it wasn't until I got someone else who someone knew and somehow got in touch with me who knew what was wrong. So someone higher up knew what was wrong, but that didn't help me. And then it comes to the question of, well, if you had a business account, then you'd have got better service. And it's like, well, that doesn't help if you're a home user and the IPv6 crowd want everyone to use it. As I said, there's a lot of home users out there. So I don't think it's ready. And I think telling people that we should get into IPv6 to push it is not going to work when the ISPs themselves aren't enabling it. So until I can get an IPv6 subnet that I own, I won't be able to confidently set up one-to-one routing without any sort of NAT in the middle, like either NAT66 or NAT46 from IPv4 or some other funky thing. But it would be nice. So I'm not obviously adverse to try IPv6 again, because I've just learned it. It wasn't, as I said, it wasn't that hard, and it makes sense to use. But they're the things I'd like to see change so they can happen. Now, I'm not in a position to change them. Hopefully someone watching this is. If you see my point, let me know. If you've got some arguments, let me know as well. I'll have a good argument. But I'll leave that there. And I'm heading back to IPv4 just to keep it simpler, so I don't have to run Tega. I just don't have to worry. So I might have some IPv6 servers only, but that'll be the only reason I really need it. So that'll do for now. That's my little rant for today. But until next time, take it easy.
I think I'm gonna stop here for the day on YouTube. Marbles are gonna start in 40 minutes on Twitch. So we've got to get our drops. I'm going to take advantage of that time to do some graphic stuff. Thank you for joining me here. Did you drop off? There you are. It doesn't show you in the chat. Thank you for joining. Chat to you later. Bye.